Hadi. Hadi. Hadi, I'm Darlene McIntosh. I'm a cultural advisor here at the Aboriginal Resource Centre at the College of New Caledonia here in Prince George. I'm also a Clytely Tene elder, which gives me the great honor and pleasure to be able to do a traditional welcome to you. We, the Clytely Tene Nation, have been on our traditional lands over 9,000 years as supported by lithic evidence. The changes that have taken place over thousands of years supports the enduring strength, courage, and fortitude of our peoples. Our governance through the Batlas brought balance and harmony with our brothers and sisters of other First Nations people. Clytely Tene's clans are Frog, Lasiliu, Grouse, Utsut, Beaver, Sa, and Bear Sus. Through this system, we know who our family connections are. Through our oral history, the use of legends told of our travels, our hunting and fishing territories, our trading practices with all peoples. May we remember and hold steadfast in what Creator's blessed us with, and that is our traditional territories. Our ancestors have always welcomed people to our territories. On behalf of Clytely Tene's elders, our youth, community members, and Chief and Council, it is absolutely our honor to welcome you to our traditional territories. All my relations must see.
Masai. Wonderful. Thanks so much for the welcoming as we conduct a very important work here today. Denise, Sekase, Skyze, welcome to all the nations, of course. We are in a room here in downtown Prince George, but I know that we're being joined by many people across the nations. I'd like to say welcome to Sekani Family Services' 30th Annual General Assembly. Now, it'll be very different, as you can tell, not quite like we've done before, thanks to the pandemic, but we will make sure we get through the work today. Before we get started, though, with the work, I'd like to invite one of our, invite Barbie Scaling to join us today to start us off with a prayer.
I'll be saying a prayer in my language, and you pray in your mind as you do. Denise, Jakaze, Skyze, Kachin, Tabihonzu, Napeoz, Ajin, Kaiden, Aten, Sekani Family Services, 30 years, Gin, Saneon Danilstit. So, Tenes, Nis, with these as one, Aden, as Tas, no levels. Physically, Sinithia, Kajin Kwa, and Miss Hangitzatni, no Leneon I. Tinsaka no G Dusla, Zanana Niz Nizit, and Zana Saratzatli, Etwana Be, so Ozilsa, and the Tazatli, and Gazanza, Miss Hangitzatni, Outa. Amen.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and our theme this year, welcome again to everybody who's tuning in, obviously. For those that are here, we are live streaming online, and so if you're watching us today from the nations, we welcome you. Our theme here this year is respecting our elders and ancestors, breathing life into our laws. Part of this, in preparation for this very special AGA, we actually asked nation members to submit their elders' photos. We wanted to kind of make this kind of a very special event, so we actually collected all those photos. And what you'll notice at the very beginning of the presentation, and what you'll notice throughout during our slideshow, you'll see some familiar faces, elders and communities, community members, and community photos as well as historical photos. So you'll see those with a little bit of music as well. We are doing things quite a bit differently here, as I mentioned. I'll give you a quick run through. We have our keynote speaker joining us at 10 o'clock. We'll have our ED reports, and if you're joining us on the live stream, a reminder, we want to create as few barriers as possible. We would like for you to engage. The idea is we have a moderator here who will, as you submit questions, comments, concerns, feedback, compliments for the MC, you can basically type them into the comment section. We'll be sure to get those questions or whatever it may be to whomever is speaking. If you have any other questions, concerns, comments as well, we invite you to email us at communications@csfs.org. So again, that's communications@csfs.org. We get underway, though, I'd like to invite CSFS President Chief Karina Lewin to share a few words. I'm not sure if that's... And then we'll open up our annual General Assembly with our CEO following that.
Thank you, Adi. My name is Chief Karina Lewin, and I am the President of Carrier Sekani Family Services and a leader in the Chislata community. On behalf of the Board of Directors at Carrier Sekani Family Services, our member bands and staff, I offer my greetings and appreciation to the nations we serve, community members, and our friends of our organization. 2020 marks the 30th year of operation for Carrier Sekani Family Services, a time we thought we'd all be together to celebrate and rejoice in our accomplishments. As we are all too keenly aware, the COVID-19 pandemic hit earlier this year, forcing us all to distance ourselves from one another. Although many thought this would create a disconnect amongst us all, we found new and innovative ways to come together and continue to demonstrate our commitment to providing services for member nations. On CSFS' 30th year of operation, we've looked to our elders and recall where we started, how we've progressed, and where we're going. In a year filled with so much uncertainty and radical change, we rely on our elders to guide us. Before Carrier Sekani Family Services got its start, it was our elders who set the groundwork for what would become a long-standing, renowned organization. Many had worried about their communities as a grasp on our traditions, language, and culture was slipping due to colonization. Our children were being removed from their homes, and health had disparity gaps, and they were widening. It wasn't until our elders and leaders stood up for what was right that the tide eventually started to turn in our favor. Today, our elders are still a driving force for reversing many of the negative impacts of colonization. Because of the teachings from our ancestors, traditional knowledge continues to be passed down as we rebuild our nations with our own laws, sacred, natural, and customary. Our founding elders would be so proud that we are on the cusp of developing our own laws to take care of our most sacred and precious gift, our children. I extend my sincerest appreciation to the Carrier Sekani Family Services Board of Directors, the executive management, and the entire Carrier Sekani Family Services staff. The dedication and hard work that I have seen during these unprecedented times has shown that Carrier Sekani Family Services is in great hands. And the team Carrier Sekani Family Services is utterly devoted to the nations we serve. Sorry, I'm emotional because it's a hard time for everybody. I am confident that in our first 30 years, are any indication, our people will have a great service they need to foster wellness and reassert sovereignty in the next 30 years. Masicho.
Asai for those wonderful words, and of course, in just a few moments, I'll be joined by our CEO. I just wanted to share a little bit about kind of where this came about here, this virtual AGA, obviously because of the challenges that we're facing, and we regret, of course, that we could not have more people here, but because of the requirements, we've had to kind of take precautions. But like I said, the idea of a virtual AGA, which we've never done before, is to allow people, hopefully, to get access to this AGA as they would normally. One of the things, though, I would like to mention also that's coming up today is we did hold a contest for members that could not be here. So we had actually asked people to share their favorite 30-year memories. So they submitted a whole bunch, and we'll be drawing 3 winners later today. I wanted to share a few because I think it's kind of a nice sentiment, and there's some nice kind words that are sent our way. Rita Kwa wrote, CSFS helped me deliver my son in New Westminster. She says, thank you, Carrier Sekani Family Services. Cheyenne says she was happy to hear that her mom's nickname came from the elders Healing the Healers Roadrunner group, and that she's still involved with everyone. She says, Masai for all our youth and elders. Cynthia Munger wrote, when I was a home care aide for CSFS picking plants for medicines with the late Sophie Thomas, I myself felt really lucky as Sophie was my picking partner. I was so honored just by walking with her and being able to learn from her what the plants we used were for and how to prepare traditional medicine. This I will never forget. So just a few words, and we'll share a few more of those sentiments later on in the day. And of course, we'll reveal our 3 other winners. And we also have another contest coming up later today as well, if you stay tuned for those on the live stream. But first, I'd like to call up Warner, who's will share a few words, and of course, his report.
This the guy, Jane Hazi and our shot last year, 30 years was on the Carrier Sekani Family Services and Akhil shot. Tabi honest Jane Hazi Board of Directors no Niwe Masai no Disney. The staff happy Masai no Disney get and Tabi at Pashan no all that. Denise Park any other bay and at me. Jana wat nana ya that's what is a sock ni neighbors the little one. La lately the knee anyway Messiah but this DJ Bakaya at end Bakanetsli. First and foremost, thank you very much to the Board of Directors, to the staff for doing this important work that was charged with us 30 years ago by many of our elders. Some of them that come to mind is the late Selena John. She was my mentor. She was always by my side when I think I was 12 years old. No, probably 20 more so. But other elders that have been by our side comes to mind is Margaret Gagnon from Claytley, Ray Prince from Nakasley, and many others that served as elder advisors to our board and to our staff. So certainly we have grown quite significantly over time, and I think it is with the leadership of not only the Board of Directors, but all the chiefs and council that support the work of Carrier Sekani Family Services. Most definitely, this work is not easy. 30 years ago, as I remember, everything was dictated to us by government, particularly by Ministry of Children and Family Services and Housing, I think it was called. And I would remember social workers coming into our office, and I think there's only about 6 of us at the time, telling us how to take care of children. To this day, there is still some semblance of that, but certainly we are in the precipice of taking control over our own laws moving forward. As Chief Louis mentioned, we are experiencing unprecedented times with COVID. The COVID environment has changed many ways of doing business, but we're still doing business, and I'm pleased to say that my staff got into action immediately to start reviewing policies based on provincial health officers' reports and recommendations, and transition quite beautifully into a work-from-home environment. And to this day, the production keeps continuing to move forward. I mean, it was probably 100 years ago that a pandemic was announced in this world. And put yourselves back 100 years ago. Just imagine what our ancestors endured. But because of their resilience, we are still here today. So even a pandemic makes us stronger as a nation, and the resilience just shines throughout, which really makes me very proud. So again, thanks to the staff that really went into motion to work from home and continue the business and operations of CSFS. I'm quite proud of those accomplishments. As we continue to navigate our work during these challenging times, we've been able to move forward several initiatives. And these are very important initiatives, such as a treatment center. I remember many of the elders 25 years ago wanted a treatment center owned and operated, managed and delivered by First Nations within our subcentral region. And of course, at the time, because there was not enough funding, we were provided with a little bit of money to open outpatient treatment services at Ormond Lake, and that program is still operating, and it's going to morph into a much more comprehensive treatment center for many of our people that are suffering addictions. As you are aware, our region is plagued with opiate crisis, and when you look on the streets, many of the people on the streets are from our communities. Many of them are young, and I think they need and deserve the proper supports and mechanisms to help them heal. Having said that, the current system of treatment does not work for our people, and I don't think it works for the general population. So we must make sure that we examine our holistic services, right from detox to aftercare and supports for those clients when they return home, because most of the time there are really no supports at home. And that would include training or retraining or education. So a lot of work is being developed there. We hope that within 2 years that we open the doors of the treatment center. Also, I'm proud to mention that we have a youth center that will be opening in Burns Lake called the Foundry, and Dr. Travis Hollick will probably speak on that a little more later on. And what the Foundry is designed, it's a provincial program designed for youth for their primary care services or mental health services. So right now we're currently working on a location in Burns Lake. Also, another initiative that we undertook this year was a youth center here in Prince George for many of the youth that live in Prince George from many of our communities. And I had the privilege of touring that facility, and it looks wonderful. So thank you to the staff, and I'm sure that Mary will touch on that initiative later on. Also, we have a child development center in Vanderhoof, which was, I believe, 2 or 3 years in the making, and it opened its doors last year, and it continues to grow, providing essential services for children in the community of Vanderhoof area, but also providing outreach support to many of the communities that we service. So I'm very proud of that initiative as well. So our theme, respecting our elders, our ancestors, breathing life into laws. I think it's timing. We were taught as First Nations people that our elders and our ancestors is what makes us stronger. The knowledge they have been transferred down to them by their ancestors, by their grandparents, and basically they are our university. So it's really important to, in this era of COVID-19, to protect the safety and well-being of elders by following all the regulations with respect to staying safe. Because as we all know, we're probably entering into our second wave of COVID-19. And with the flu season coming on stream, it's even more important that we remain diligent. Having said that, breathing life into our own laws, we do have that opportunity right now with Bill C-91, the federal enabling legislation for nations in Canada to draw down their own laws with respect to the governance of child and family services. Again, we've worked diligently for over 30 years advocating for systemic changes in British Columbia and in Canada as a whole. And I must say that British Columbia, our leaders have been quite at the forefront nationally to change legislation and to bring forth new legislation federally. We all say that the provincial legislation for the governing child and family services does not work for us. Well, right now we have set the stage to work with nations to examine how it is that they want to assume the management and control of child and family services. At CSFS, we have designed a model, and it's a proposed model so that at least we could start discussions not only with our leaders, but most importantly, the members of our communities. I believe that if our members do not participate in any policy reform or community development, it basically will be more challenging to implement those initiatives. So certainly, many of our nations are on board for us to start talking about how to change a system that has not worked for us and design a system that is truly one of our own. So that's what breathing life into our laws really mean. Also, thanks to our board president, I spoke about the opiate crisis, not only in Prince George, but right across British Columbia, particularly in Vancouver. Chief Lewin penned a letter to the ministers about 4 months ago, reminding them not to forget those people suffering from addictions, particularly opiate crisis. And I think there's some momentum moving forward with addressing that matter. Again, I think it's our time to look at the structures and systems that we've been operating under and truly design a unique system that would work for the best interest of children and creating space so that that child reaches his or her full potential. And it takes an agency that is integrated holistically, not only through health and child and family services, legal services, such as the structure that CSFS has, but also include education and training, housing in the forefront, and all the social determinants that are required to build healthy communities. I think we've been talking about social determinants for about 15 years, but we need to start putting action into that and make sure that those sectors within training and education and housing come together with social service and health providers to really look at a holistic vision for our communities. And as we continue through that journey, we must remember our sacred law, the law that was provided to us by the Creator, passed down from one generation to the next by our elders and our ancestors. And these are customary laws that have had the ability for us to remain who it is that we are today. Natural law. How do we, as First Nations, adhere to natural law? We believe that everything is interconnected. Not one is individual nucleus on its own. And that's what makes a community. And that's our belief as First Nations. We're not nuclear. We're not alone, but we're all connected. And so are our communities. And we must not forget that. Our customary laws, based on who we are, what governs our systems, our potlatch, the principles of potlatch. Sometimes we throw that around loosely, but we need to really think about that and start practicing the laws of our potlatch as handed down to us by our hereditary chiefs who have gone before us. and really upholding that laws and demonstrating respect to many of our communities and to our people so that our children can witness this great system that helped us survive for millennium. So CSFS has 30 years experience in rebuilding our nations through health services and child and family services. And it would not be possible without dedicated staff, dedicated members from our communities, those that have gone before us and those that are still with us today. Again, I'd like to thank my staff, the board of directors, and all the chiefs for supporting the work that we do. And I would like to thank you, all of you that are listening to this session via the virtual world. It's quite interesting how technology really serves our purposes today. And that's why I opened up with thinking about 100 years ago when there was a pandemic. Imagine what happened during those times. So again, Masai Cho. Was that 15 minutes?
More than 30 years ago, elders and leaders from around the Carrier and Sekani territory were worried about their communities. The harm caused by colonization and residential schools were having lasting negative impacts. Loss of culture, languages, and traditional parenting skills led to children being removed from their homes. To make matters worse, healthcare services were lacking and there was widespread poverty. Traditions needed to be preserved, and the health and well-being of our nations needed to be restored to ensure the holistic wellness of future generations. It was time to begin on a new path to a healthy and solid future. Driven by the needs of CSFS member nation communities, the idea for a social services agency was born. In 1990, elders, chiefs, and leaders came together to create a non-profit society that would become Carrier Sekani Family Services. It would provide health care, social supports, legal guidance, and research opportunities to Indigenous communities in the Carrier and Sekani region. Celebrated and respected Sycus elder and advisor, Selena John advocated for children and families and fiercely stood up for what she believed in. She often said, in order to create holistic wellness, children and family services and health services must be provided together. Selena was a strong, dedicated, and truly inspirational elder advisor, and Carrier Sekani Family Services strives to emulate her legacy in everything we do. Our journey started with a small office and a handful of employees. Since then, we have worked hard to create our own health and social services programs that are built on Carrier wisdom and culture and combined with empirically evidenced best practices. Carrier Sekani Family Services has increased our staff along the way, including social workers, doctors, nurses, and counselors. We work together with member communities and nations across Carrier territory to create Indigenous programs for our Indigenous people. Carrier values and wisdom provides the foundation for everything we do. Today, Carrier Sekani Family Services employs more than 250 dedicated staff and provides programs and services to 11 member nations in 13 Indigenous communities. We are working towards fulfilling our mandate to provide the most effective and efficient health programs, mental health and wellness services, family justice, child and family services, and research and development programs to First Nations people in our region. Over the past 30 years, Carrier Sekani Family Services, in partnership with member nations, has created a service model that has proven to be very successful. Communities working together with CSFS have become stronger under our healthcare programs, child and family services, mental wellness initiatives, and other programs. In celebrating our 30th anniversary, Carrier Sekani Family Services reflects on our past and the wisdom of our elders while looking ahead and carrying out our vision of creating wellness together. I myself am learning the virtual world as well. So in just a moment, actually, I'll be joined by Executive Director Mary Teegee. Just wanted to remind you, of course, that at 10 o'clock we have our keynote speaker, the Senator, Senator Murray Sinclair will join us. Because of the way we're doing things this year, and being careful with our mics, you might notice that one of our tech fellows coming up and wiping down the mics, so we have to take precautions on how we use the mics. Whenever our EDs present, or for example when the Senator presents, we'll have an opportunity for questions and answers at the conclusion of their talk. For those here, questions will go through Marlena and she'll ask them, so she's right over there. For those in the live stream world, we would again just go to the comment section, write your question, thoughts, feedback in the comment box. Marlena will grab some of those questions. We'll try to get them answered as best as we can. For those we can't get to, if you have other further questions, you can always email us at communications@csfs.org. That's communications@csfs.org. If I can be joined now, if I can call up Executive Director Mary Teegee, Executive Director for Child and Family Services. Thanks, Mary.
I'm Mary Teegee, Sapni. My traditional name is Mausham Gabu, and I'm just honored to be here. I come from the Tackle Lake Nation. I'm Gixon and Carrier. I'm also the Executive Director of Child and Family Services here at Carrier Sekani Family Services. I've been honored to be in this role for about 16 years when I was about 30. I'm going to, first of all, I just wanted again to acknowledge the territory that we're on, Maasai, for being here. Our esteemed board of directors, especially our beautiful and strong and passionate warrior woman, Karina Lewin, who has led us for decades. So I'm just honored to be amongst you all. So I'm going to start with my presentation. It was quite hard to try to condense everything. As you know, many of you, there's so much going on in Child and Family Services. It's quite complex. We are going to be rolling out for leadership and community a training session for CSTC. I need a clicker. I'm going to be, so anyways, I'm going to be, we're going to be rolling out a training for, I'm going to get Amy to click. This is my Vanna White right tonight. Okay, so we're going to be rolling out this educational tool for the leadership and then the community, because as you know, you've heard about C92, you've heard about the changes to the provincial laws and all the amendments. You've heard about the AFN protocol, and what we're going to do is just put it in a nice package and make it like easy readable so that you're all up to date. Also, there are things that are happening in the provincial space right now. There's a tripartite working group that is established between First Nations, the province, and the federal government to look how we're going to implement C92 and how we're going to transition into assuming our own jurisdiction in child and family. So it is quite exciting times. So I'm going to start with my PowerPoint right now. I want to just, first of all, I'm going to be talking about where we have been. And so 30 years ago, as you know, at the time there were an increased number of children going into care. And there were a few ladies and elders that came together out of psychas, really, and said, we're not going to have this happen anymore. Enough is enough. So they are the ones that established one of the first community-based teams. Our own leader, Mabel Louie, at the time was taking social work. So she had come back to community and was helping the community. And that community-based team was phenomenal. They said, no, absolutely no more children are going to be leaving. I think Mabel had said it in less than a year. There was about 20 children that had been removed from psychas. And that really started, that was the seed that started the Northern Native Family Services and people talking about that we need our own jurisdiction. We need our own say in children. Nationally, what was occurring, the chiefs themselves as well and elders were saying, oh no, we need our own jurisdiction, we need say, because if you recall, the fiduciary obligation for Indigenous people rests with the federal government, except in the realm of child and family services. This was transferred over to the province. When that occurred, there was an increased number of children going into care. Before that, before anything ever happened within child and family, before there was a child and family service program, there was only the Indian agents that would take the children and put them into residential school. And then came the Provincial Act, and again the children in care increased. So that was decades ago. So 30 years ago, CSFS was one of the leaders, and they said, well, we want to be a part, like we want to be able to make decisions. So at the time, nationally, all the chiefs were saying we need something to have a say, and this is how the delegated agencies came to be. It was a fight from chiefs, from leaders, to say we've had enough. And so what happened is Sekani Family Services, back then Northern Native Family Services, they said, well, we want to do this as well. And so the very young Warner Adam and the late Perry Shawana went across the country to say, what is the best way to do this? And what they found was brilliant, was that child and family and health had to be together, and legal had to be together. And so from there embarked Sekani Family Services with the vision, always a vision, that with the guidance of our ancestors, we will be self-determining in health, in social and legal services. And how exciting now, 30 years later, that we're actually talking about building our own laws, breathing life into our own traditional laws, and we're at that day. So where we have been, again, it's, there was inequitable funding over the last, since I started. I remember when I started in this role, we weren't able to pay the social workers on par with the ministry. There were no prevention dollars, hardly any prevention dollars. So what would happen is, so the ministry would remove a child and they would tell the parents, you need to go to take some alcohol, you need to go to alcohol and drug counseling, you need to take anger management, you need to have a better house to live in, you need all of these things. But we did not have, as an agency, the funding or the services to do that. We were actually in better shape than many of the agencies across Canada, because we were the only agency in Canada where there were provincial prevention dollars in community. And you will all remember that's the Family Care Worker Program from all those years ago. So there was some funding to do that. So what happened was that there was no First Nations child and family legislation. So leaders at the time, when I talk about leaders, I'm talking about the Warner was part of that when he was younger. Maurice Squires, who was the executive director of NISHCA, Deb Foxcroft, there was quite a few of them that said, well, we need to have something in our provincial legislation to reflect our Indigenous ways. And so there is right now within the provincial legislation, again, where there's priority placement with First Nations families. If you looked across the country, there was not a lot of legislation that spoke to the way that we do things as Aboriginal people. But in the provincial legislation, there was some legislation, and this came from that hard work and advocacy of our past leaders. So there was also, we had no child and family legislation, and then in 2006, what had happened is that Canada was charged with discrimination. And that's really important, because that's pivotal, because we knew that there was that discrimination. And so Cindy Blackstock, of course you heard Cindy Blackstock, she's the executive director of the Caring Society. I ended up representing British Columbia at the Caring Society, and we took Canada to court to say, this is enough, you're discriminating against First Nations children. So one of the first times that in a first world country where the citizens of the country charged the sitting government with discrimination and won. So that's an amazing court case. So where we have been as well is, even though we didn't have we didn't have the funds, we were still able to do a lot of wonderful work because we have a phenomenal staff that could that really gets the water out of wine, because they had hardly any money, but they would do innovative things. They would work after hours. They would do things off the side of their desk. We all had projects off the side of our desk. In the midst of all this, we started the Highway of Tears initiative, so that we could provide prevention services and awareness campaigns to not only Sekani territories, but across Canada. I mean, across the northern BC. Now we'll be doing the same across Canada. But we were able to develop community wellness teams. And again, this was on a wing and a prayer and by proposals and grants. The reason all those years ago we started the community wellness teams, because jurisdiction, if you haven't heard me say it once, I've said it a million times, in its simplest definition is the ability to make decisions. So what we did is we formed the community wellness teams. We got some training dollars so that the community could make decisions for their children, so that they could start assuming jurisdiction, their rightful jurisdiction. We also had higher standards of care. So where in MCFD they would have one social worker to possibly 25, 30, sometimes 40 children, the board passed a resolution that we would only have one social worker to 15 children. Now it's even lower than that. So there's also what we did as well is we started some of the earliest culture camps, understanding that for children have a right to know where they are, who they are, where they come from. So we had the culture camps, which was started, myself, Preston Ganu, Megan developed that curriculum, Travis Hollick was part of that, and those culture camps, those warrior camps still are going on today. So where we are right now is that in 2016, we won the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. We won. So Canada was in fact found guilty of being discriminatory, and that made everything change. That changed the lay of the land in child and family services. So now we have prevention services that have to be paid at actual costs. Data management, which we never had before, data management, IT, is an eligible cost, and you will see how important that is later in my presentation. The legal costs are to be covered, and staff is to be paid on par with provincial staff, which is an amazing win. So that CHRT was a hard-fought battle. I remember the very first day of court, and so does everybody know who Spirit Bear is? If you know who Spirit Bear is, put your hand up. Well, Spirit Bear came from, we went to the very first day of court at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, and I gifted Cindy with that white bear, and it's got Sekani Family Services, and I said, just for luck, just to have it. So that little bear has been through every court case since 2004. And so now we're going to be releasing on October 3rd, my birthday, the Spirit Bear animation movie. So that's going to be really exciting, but that's how long, so when I remember that first day, I thought, okay, well, we'll be in court for 2 years and it'll be done. So 10 years later, we're actually still in court with the federal government. We've had to take them back to court since 2016, 11 times. We're in court now for the compensation, and then we're also in court for capital. That capital should be an eligible expenditure. So there are many things that are still happening, and we still have to fight and keep the government accountable. So our children right now that we have in care, in Burns Lake area, there's 22 children in care. Vandroof, there's 11 children in care, and in Prince George, there are 33 children in care. Considering the vast amount of territory and how many people that we have in each community, the numbers are quite low, but they're not low enough. We want to work towards there are no children in care. In fact, that's our vision, is that no child shall ever be removed from community. We also have our foster homes. So we have 13 homes in Burns Lake, 10 homes in Vandroof, 48 homes in Prince George. We're also trying to get more homes in community, and it's really important that we do that. I know we've been working hard towards getting the home so that when we transition under our own laws, we'll already have all our families and our communities taking care of their children already, so the transition won't be that difficult. So these are some other stats in guardianship. We have 6 graduating from high school this year. We have 7 permanency plans, which include the transfer of custody or adoption. So some of our children are going to have that permanency, which every child has a right to. 6 children are turning 19 this year, and 9 children are returned to live with a parent or relative. And these are always the ones where my heart is just so full when we're finally able to place a child back home. It's why we do what we do, the wonderful work. We also have youth services, and when I talk about earlier when we had no prevention dollars, we didn't have youth service dollars. All the youth services we were able to provide was from proposals or from the university. We did some research grants. If you recall, we did a youth suicide research. So from that youth suicide research, we were able to fund our camps, because what we had really articulated in that research project is that if a child knew who they were and had a strong cultural basis, they were least likely to engage in high-risk activity. So then we were able to have those youth camps, and that's how we started them. So our youth services supports youth ages 8 to 29 in Prince George, Vandorf, and Burns Lake, and it's really important that we put the age at 29. We also had to do that because when children age out of care, they're still just babies. They're 19 years old. They still need that support. And even our healthy youth that are now the millennial generation, a lot of them are back at home or still living at home in their 20s. So how much more support does our children that we're raising here need after they've reached the age of majority? So what we're doing is that we provide life skills to our youth. We have advocacy. We have an elder youth mentorship program, which is really important because we're connecting our youth that are in care to the elders back home. And again, our pilot was in Sycas, and it was such a successful pilot that now we have it in Lake Babine Nation. We're going to be rolling that out in Takla and all our other communities. So that's a really exciting program. I know it's one of my. When I look at it, it's so beautiful that we can bring our children back to where they rightfully belong, to their communities, and they can share in the wisdom of their elders. So we're in the process of expanding our services within our communities as well to better support our youth in care, but our youth in general. So all the nations will have received dollars to hire youth workers, but we're still going to provide the leadership and the guidance and the training for the youth staff so that they don't feel alone in their communities. So we're doing that. We're also we also have a wonderful new youth center here that's going to be opened up soon in Prince George, and that's the first of its kind in the north. And I'm really, really happy about it, and I've got to give kudos to our Director of Youth Services, Amy, because we're going to be providing not only services for youth that are high risk, but also low risk. So that's quite exciting. I just wanted to make a point with our youth as well, that our youth team, when COVID happened, they were the ones that were like on the front lines, on the ground, getting food and all of these things to the youth, and really making sure our high-risk youth were taken care of. But at the national level, what I ensured was that no child throughout COVID would age out. Like, where were they going to go at 19 years old, because nobody was renting places? So we advocated, and then the provincial government and the national government said, okay, children will not be aging out. So we were able to get that done. Amy was part of the Youth Provincial Working Group. So as of today, the youth that are now aging out, supposed to be at 19, are not going to be aging out while we're in the midst of this pandemic. And again, that was a great thing that we advocated for. So we have many prevention services. I'll just go through them quickly. They are in your AGA. There's a family preservation, urban and community. We provide court support and advocacy, parenting and wellness, We have the wraparound parent guidance and support. This, again, is parenting, hands-on parenting education and role modeling. We have the family empowerment program, and this is supervised access between children and their families. We have the community linkages and CSFS housing, and I think that's a great thing. One of the expanded mandates that we have at CSFS is to include housing, which was a wonderful thing that the board did, because many of our families that are living in poverty, housing is an issue. Our children that are aging out, housing is an issue, so we're able to try to get housing for the most vulnerable. So we have some prevention highlights. 2 staff received their diplomas in Indigenous Human Services. We have new groups in the urban family preservation. We have grief and loss for adults. We have some new groups in the PEACE program, which is grief and loss for children. And again, that's the only program of its kind anywhere where it's a First Nations focused, Indigenous-based grief and loss program for children. Nowhere else do they have that. So we're sort of a pilot and leading the way. We also have the culture program. We get to the culture program. So that's one thing that all of the elders in the communities consistently ask for, is a culture program. So we have Geraldine Fleur, who's managing that. We're going to be hiring cultural support workers that's going to be helping and assisting the community wellness teams and helping the communities themselves. If they want to do some cultural activities, we'll be able to work with them to do that. We have a community service delivery plan that each nation, that we worked with each nation to have those community service delivery plan. And this is based on the community needs. And so all the community, their priorities around youth services, about parenting programs, all of these things that they wanted, we were able to work with the community and finalize those community service development plan, the best in our ability in the COVID times, because we really believe in building capacity, so eventually the nations themselves would be assuming all services and CSFS would morph into something else. So we're laying the foundation. So we have rolled out over $5.2 million to go out to each of the communities to hire their own family preservation workers, their own youth workers, to provide their own activities. But we're still going to be with you. We're not just going to say, here you go. We're actually still going to be there. We're going to have staff to support you. We're still going to have the social workers. It's exciting times. We also have the Heart House out in Lake Babine Nation, and that is a safe home for all people in the north. And this is, again, it was a dream all those years ago when I first started in this role, that we would have a clan house or some type of safe house in each community. So it took us quite a few years, but we were finally able to get 1 of 5 safe homes in Canada. And so we definitely know there was a increase in domestic violence throughout our territory. And so I'm on that provincial working group, but there was definitely an increase with at the safe house. So understanding that, we're really trying to push forward to get safe houses or whatever type of home that you need in your community. Once we get the capital directive, we'll be able to develop more of those initiatives in community. I'm going to go to the graduation, CSFS. And so we had, so all those years ago, we always wanted capacity in our community, our own social workers. So what we did is we established a good partnership with NVIT, and we had the Indigenous Human Services. We just had the graduation just recently, just 8 graduates. And on the day of their graduation, it was kind of exciting because we got the approval to actually be able to provide the Bachelor of Social Work program in Vanderhoof. And this is exciting because it's never been done in Canada. It's a cohort and it's a distance education, and as if we would accept no for an answer. So we did whatever we needed to do. So I'm really excited that we'll have our own Bachelor of Social Work program here in the north. So where we are going, and then I know I'm going to go 1 minute over time, but Bill C-92 has paved the way for First Nations to assume jurisdiction, and we already have a model that we've been working on for all these years. In fact, we did our MBA on that. We're going to be having community engagements, And we're also going to really work hard on the community wellness team to be established in each community. So we're waiting for the chiefs in the community to decide who's going to be on their community wellness teams. We also have an honorarium to pay those community wellness team members because, again, remember, they're going to be key to making decisions and recommendations for your child and families. So, and that's really important. We're going to be building capacity in community, as I said, the community service delivery plans and the master agreement of funding that has already gone to community. We're going to have more training opportunities for community members again, and we're definitely going to continue to engage community to identify community needs and priorities. We're also, what we're doing as well is that because I'm part of the National Advisory Committee on Child and Family Services for Canada, the NAC, I represent BC in that. We've been working all these years to develop a performance framework. So in our jurisdiction model, you're going to see like that there has to be some decisions made. There has to be planning. How are we going to do that? Well, you need good data. You need good markers. With the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy, there was an extensive survey done across Canada. We took part of that. In fact, CSFS is highlighted in the report, which I strongly recommend you read. And this is how do we know how well our communities are doing? Are the services that we are providing, are they working? Or is there something else that we need to do? So we need data to paint that picture. We also want a predictive model. So we know if something happens is going on in community, we know that that possibly could lead to an increase in children in care or a decrease in health, for example. So it's really exciting that we're there on the precipice of developing this model for CSFS, and we're going to be partnering with them. So I'm quite excited. I almost sounded geeky there for a moment. So where we are going as well, this is really important. Again, the foundation of jurisdiction, the legal services. So we are going to be, we're just in the process of hiring our first lawyer. We're looking to hire an executive director of legal services. Again, don't forget the vision of the elders to be self-determining in health, social, and legal. So now we're at the place where we're going to be hiring our own lawyers and having our own executive director. And so I'm so excited about that. Again, we want to be able to represent the best interests of the Carrier Sekani child. So I have the last slide, and before that, I just wanted to acknowledge again my management, Warner, and my staff for the amazing job. I have an amazing team of directors and staff. We wouldn't be at this place today where I can stand up here proudly had it not been for the wonderful, heart-wrenching, dedicated work of my staff. So I'm leaving you with this quote. I dream of a day when I only have to read about the impacts of residential school, not have to live it. And this is a 12-year-old youth that said that. It is incumbent on each and every one of us to make that day a reality. The next 30 years, we're going to be stronger, we're going to be healthier, and we're going to be thriving because we are, right now, what we are doing, we are nation building. That's what we are doing together. Everything that you do as leaders, and I know there's some chiefs in here, you are fighting for your resources, for your land rights and all of this, and you know, we're fighting for children to have a voice. This is what we're doing, we're nation building. So in the next 30 years, we will be self-determining in health, in social and legal realms. We will have achieved self-government, a right that isn't given to us by non-Indigenous government. It is a right that was given to us by our Creator. And so in 30 years, we will celebrate our inherent right to make decisions about all our resources, including our most important resource, our children. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mary. That was wonderful. The Senator is going to join us in about 10 minutes, but we do have time for some questions, and so we have had a few people join us on the live feed in the chat section with questions. We also, if anyone has questions as well, to pass them to Marlena. We have about 5-6 minutes, I guess, for questions, if that's okay.
Thank you. So we have a question that came online from Cindy Ash. She asks, is it true that children who are aging out this year will in fact not be aging out?
Yeah, that's what I said. So none of the children until next fall, or next, I think the date was March 2021.
Perfect. And are there any questions from the board members that we have with us today for Mary? All right. We have one more question. I think you might have touched on it in your speech, but if you could just touch on it again. Jackie asked about services that are available for children living on reserve lands.
We have guardianship services for children. We have cultural services. We have all the services that we are providing now within the off-reserve. They are going to be in First Nations communities. So we have mentorship, we have mental health, we have therapeutic mental health services for our children. We have one-on-one therapy for our children. We also have the Elder Youth Mentorship Program as well. That's where our youth and our elders are getting back together. The cultural program. Our staff, our guardianship staff as well, again, it is one social worker to 8 children, but sometimes it's lower. It can be lower if the children have special needs. We also have, of course, all the special needs services for our children. So when you look in our AGA report, you'll see all those services. I just wanted to mention this, that when I was traveling throughout Canada a little while ago, there is really no other agencies such as ours. So when we talk about holistic well-being, we have all the services within that all our youth or all our children in the communities. They also, of course, have access to all the health care that we have. We have about 8 doctors that work for us, 17 specialists. We have psychologists, children's psychiatrists that we have access to, where a lot of children that are non-Indigenous don't have that. So we're doing really well when it comes to that. We still have a long way to go, but we're doing really well.
Mary, could you just explain the community service delivery plans that we develop with community?
Yeah.
Maybe, I think you have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, yes, 3 minutes.
I talk fast.
3:30.
So the community service delivery plan came out of, we wanted to ensure that the community, whatever we were doing, because we knew we were going to win the court case, I knew. So we started community engagement quite a while ago. We got a little pot of money, and so what we did is we went to all the communities and had little focus groups and community engagement sessions and asked them just a few key questions, like what could we have done, what could have been done to keep your child in care, or to keep your child out of care, for example. That was one of the questions. What does your community need to keep children and families safe? Things like that. And from that, we developed sort of a model of care. And then we went further. We started having the more community consultations. We talked with some of the chief and councils or their representative, the frontline staff. And don't forget, all these years, and some of you who work for CSFS will know that we used to have that frontline worker training, which Mabel used to have. And from that, each community would say what their priorities. So we had all of that information. We had some more research, and from that was the community service delivery plan. What we had hoped to do was do another round of community engagements just to ratify and solidify, and in case somebody forgot something. But of course, COVID occurred. So what we ended up doing is that each of my staff took a community, and if there was any community, and like some communities had community safety plans, they had different plans and community health plans, and we incorporated that into our community service delivery plan. From that community service delivery plan, we allocated monies, and as I said, about 5.2 has gone out to all the communities, and we're meeting with each of the councils, the chief and councils, or their representatives to say, okay, what is it that CSFS can do, and what is it that you can do? And so there was youth workers at the communities that will be hiring, family preservation workers, some assistants. So that's already underway. So that's the community service delivery plan. That actually is the vehicle that then informs the business plan that goes to ISK. Is that it?
That is it. Thank you very much, Mary. That was a lot to get through in 25 minutes. Only 3 minutes over. It's all good. Thank you very much. If you're wondering, we do have something coming. A little technical hiccup. Only 3 today, right? That's our limit? 3 hiccups for the day? Okay, good. We had something lined up that was actually going to fire right after Mary. So I'm supposed to, okay, well, I'll just tell you. So just so you know, if you have any other further questions, no problems. If you didn't get your question answered, you can go to, again, email us, communications@csfs.org. We'll make sure we'll get those questions to Mary. And also, just one more thing, too, our report, I do believe, is already up on our webpage. So you can go to csfs.org and go to, I believe, it'll be under our 2020 annual report. Should be up there, so you can download it at home. Is that under About Us? That's correct. Well, I'm going to fill more time then. Great. The Senator will be joining us in just a few minutes. Again, he'll be joining us for about an hour, but about 15 minutes of that at the end we'll allow for questions. So exactly the same format. So if you're here, you'd like to ask questions, we'll have Marlena will moderate those questions. For those that are joining us, I think there's like probably 130, 150 people watching right now. The last number I saw might be higher. You can go on the right-hand side, there's a little chat window. Just go there. Post your question for the Senator. We'll try to make sure. You can actually, if you think questions in advance, even better. We'll write them all down, make sure you get your questions answered. Little note, we have other things coming up. We had a talent show. This was Mary's idea, if you remember, Mary. When the pandemic first began, during phase one, I remember things were like pretty hectic. And we had this idea. Well, I didn't have the idea. Mary had the idea. We did it. We got some money from Integris, and we actually were able to do what was called Carriers Got Talent, which is the first time we ever. It was, again, virtual platform. So we invited people to submit their talents, and we got, I think, like 20 to 25 of them. And so throughout the show today, we're going to play at least two of one of the finalists for sure, people that participated. I actually had hoped for more like magic tricks. So maybe we'll have to do it again, I'm thinking, because we got a lot of singing, but no feats of athleticism. I don't think I saw any, but so hopefully we'll have that coming. Other things coming up, we'll have after 11:30, we'll have our financial report. We as well have our Executive Director of Research, Primary Care and Strategic Service, Dr. Travis Hollick. He'll be joining us at 1:30 with his report. As well, we have a couple of great speakers coming up. Chief Priscilla Mueller will be joining us here at 1 o'clock, so you'll want to join us for that. That's, pretty much a full slate for today. Other things to keep in mind as well, again, if you're just joining us now, every one of our reports that are given, we will have an opportunity to again, answer any questions. But also we're looking for feedback, and I should tell you, actually I'm going to tell you right now, because I do believe we had actually launched a contest. There we go. We had launched a contest before the AGA, and we were looking for your favorite memories over the past 30 years. So we held it on social media. We got many people who entered. And so I'm pleased to announce winners. So if you're watching from home, we had 3 gift cards to give away. We had a $150 gift card, a $100 gift card, and a $50 gift card. So the winners I can announce right now are Cheyenne, who won $150, so we'll send that away hopefully today. $100 goes to Cynthia Munger. Congratulations. And as well, a $50 gift card we will be giving to Wayne David. And I did also promise something else. Actually, I'm going to give away our announcements now because we're still killing time. So we have another contest coming up later today. So we've never done this before, where we've done a mostly virtual conference. So we were trying to think about how do we drive engagement? We want your feedback. So for those that are here, those that may be joining us online, we asked that, well, we're going to be posting a survey. So, and it's a quick survey. I devised it, made it quick. It's like 5 minutes. Basically, what we ask you to do is we'll post a survey later today. I think it's going to go live at about roughly 4 o'clock. Fill out the survey, and you get a chance to win again. You have a chance to win a $150 gift card, a $100 gift card, or a $50 gift card. That survey link, by the way, will go live on our Facebook platform. Let's see where we're at right now. Oh, keep on going. I'm getting this sign. Okay. So we've run into a few technical hiccups, but no worries. We have, we'll get that other content up. It was kind of a surprise, but we'll get that up later. But I do have some good news. The senator is actually with us right now. So I was going to introduce the senator and let him take the floor. So I'll just introduce him. So as you may have heard, Senator Murray Sinclair served the justice system in Manitoba for more than 25 years. He was the first Aboriginal judge appointed in Manitoba and Canada's second. Now, his service includes serving as co-chair of the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry in Manitoba, serving as Chief Commissioner of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. As part of that, he participated in hundreds of hearings and oversaw a multi-million-dollar fundraising program to support TRC events and activities. The senator also served as an adjunct professor of law at the University of Manitoba. He's won many awards for his work, has also received honorary doctorates from 14 Canadian universities, and of course was appointed to the Senate on April 2nd, 2016. And we're very happy to have him join us. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you for that very kind introduction. But I do want to point out another technical glitch that's going on with me, and that is that your technology is making me look old. And so obviously there's something wrong with that. I'd like you to take care of that before this ends so that my true age of 23 shows up. I otherwise might end up feeling that I have a complex after this is over, and I don't want that to happen. So I do thank you all for inviting me to be part of your day and to be one of the participants in your discussion today. I know that this is an auspicious day for a lot of people with the throne speech coming down today. And, you know, I had to think about whether to give up this presentation and watch the throne speech, and that was about a 0.25 second thought, as there's no question that throne speeches are important, but at the same time, they're deadly dull to listen to, and you can always pick up the best information from reading about them shortly after. And I already have staff who are giving me a briefing document, and they're preparing it right now as we speak. So I expect that I'll get something emailed to me very shortly. So I'll know about that very quickly. And today as well is a special day for me because I'm also receiving the Adrienne Clarkson Prize for Global Citizenship, which is also being broadcast in about an hour, I think. And so with any luck, I'll be able to catch that video. We've already pre-recorded all of that, so I don't have to actually be on camera, but my law firm here has decided that everybody will get the free time at lunch and gather in the boardroom and at their desks, and that lunch will be provided so that they can all watch it. I think maybe they're under orders to watch it. I'm not sure, but I'm told that that's also going to be well attended, and I'm looking forward to getting a chance to see the video of that. But this day that you're having is going to be an auspicious day for you because you have lots of opportunities to move forward now, looking at the issue of child and family services in the context of not only the outcome of the TRC report and the other studies that have now accumulated over the relatively short period of time since the TRC report was filed. But you also now have to consider what is going to happen with regard to family services in the context of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in British Columbia. Well, you also have an election going on in BC, don't you? And also Bill C-92, which is the federal Indian child welfare legislation or Indigenous child welfare legislation, which I think is going to be beginning of a remarkable change in the way that we do child and family services at the community level. Authority is being recognized for Indigenous communities to enact their own laws relating to child welfare, and what those laws are going to look like is an area that I think is going to be interesting to watch as we go forward. I hope that the group that I'm involved with here will have an opportunity to have some input into that. But at the same time, I think across the country, the nature of legislation relating to Indigenous children is going to be an area of growth, but it's also going to be challenged by the fact that the issue of funding is still relatively unresolved, and the issue of the nature of the federal and provincial commitment to support initiatives that the communities might want to take is also going to be an area that I think is probably not going to go smoothly. Eventually it will be, but I think initially there's going to be a number of hurdles that we need to keep an eye on. But let me begin by just making an observation that I think is worthwhile for us to keep in mind as we go forward, and that is that I always think it's important for us to understand why things are the way they are. And so you just had a presentation in which, if I understood the portions that I was able to listen to well and put it into some kind of context, I suspect that you now are beginning to look at the nature of the implications and the impact that child welfare proceedings are having in Indigenous communities and among Indigenous families and for Indigenous children, and what the long-term impact that is, and also recognizing that the statistics for the number of Indigenous children in care is increasing quite dramatically. Let me talk a bit about why that's the case, but I want to talk initially about where this all came from and how this all started. You will probably know some of this history that I'm going to relate to you. You'll know, of course, those elements of the history more recently that have had a direct impact on your lives, and probably much of what you heard during the work of the TRC is going to be something that you're aware of. But I want to talk a bit about things that occurred before then. One of the things that we came to recognize very early on in my work, starting with the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry, but even before that, in discussions I had with various academics and scholars and elders over my years of development as a lawyer, was that we have a long history of taking care of our own, of having laws that govern the way that we did things, of being able to regulate our own activities and do it in a very fair and even-handed way, and do it in a way that made sense to our people. So among my tribe, the Ojibways, or Anishinaabes, as we call ourselves, the governance system was founded upon the concept of 7 clans, and each of the clans had a significant and special responsibility to contribute to the governance of the tribe and the community. And while the tribe often would break up into various smaller factions of bands that would be located in various parts of the territory, they would always come together on regular bases, usually 4 times a year at each season, in order to celebrate the season, in order to celebrate other things, but also to discuss the nature of relationships, both internal, the nature of the laws that were in place and whether some laws needed to be modified or simply reinforced, and that people had an opportunity to be told what those laws were and be made to understand the importance of that, and also the opportunity to engage in significant tribal activities, not just ceremonial activities, those were important, but tribal activities such as dialogue around relationships with adjacent tribes or nearby tribes or incoming settlements and things such as that. And the other bit of information that most people tend to forget is that we have been doing that for thousands and thousands of years, taking care of our own affairs. Anthropologists are pretty racist, quite frankly, historically racist in their perception of Indigenous people. They've tended to poo-poo what Indigenous people did and how they functioned and what they contributed to mainstream society. And it's partially because they've studied it very rarely. There's a well-known phrase from Louis Leakey, who is quoted at a conference as having said that one of the most misunderstood and least studied areas of the world when it came to anthropological and archaeological work was North America. And he encouraged archaeologists and anthropologists to study the peoples of North America and the communities of North America in order to come to a better understanding. Much of what anthropologists did and espoused was a direct reflection of the political and religious language of the time. So the Bering Strait theory is probably a good example of that, because while just about every tribe that I have ever visited and spoken to have a creation story which talks about their being created in this territory, in this land, in this space where they are now, almost all anthropologists supported the theory that Indigenous people came here over the Bering Strait. And that was taught as fact, even though it was only ever a theory, and that's why it's called the Bering Strait theory. It was only ever a theory, and yet they taught it as fact in schools and universities and in public dialogue. They never suggested that it wasn't a fact. And then they argued a bit about how long ago that occurred. And initially they estimated that it was probably 5,000 years ago. And then with more conversation and some more archaeological site findings that changed their thinking, they finally came up with a view that Indigenous people came over the Bering Strait about 12,000 to 15,000 years ago. But until then, they came from Asia, that there were no people in this area. It was uninhabited, and that they weren't here all that much longer than the Europeans were. And that was taught to many people, particularly Indigenous people, who, of course, always saw it as a challenge to their creation stories. Our creation story says that we are created here, that we were created here at the time of creation, and that we were part of this land, and that we were part of the creation of this place. And from a scientific perspective, I've had conversations with scientists about the creation story of the people, and asked, is it possible? The one question that I've raised is it possible that with continental drift, that Indigenous people have in fact always been on this land, but it's the land that has moved apart from the other continents through continental drift? And I have to tell you that most scientists kind of scratch their head and say, I don't know, I don't think so, because that's their bias. But at the same time, I've always thought it is a plausible thought and something that's worth pursuing. But it would certainly reinforce the creation stories of all the people in North America that I've ever heard. But really, that it was important for me to tell you that, only for you to know that according to our teachings. We have been here since the very beginning of time. And in fact, one elder who I regularly visit with, he always talks about in the beginning, before the beginning. It kind of expects me to figure that out, but in the beginning, before the beginning, to me, tells me that it's back at the time of the creation of this world, and that we were put here, and that we have been here that long. And how long have we been here? Well, certainly a lot longer than 15,000 years. Some estimates are now that it might be as long as 100,000 years ago, or even longer than that. But they're relying again on archaeological sites and archaeological digs in order to come up with those numbers. And they're not listening to the stories of the people. And the stories of the people are that we have always been here. So when we have been here that long, when we have governed ourselves that long, we had to develop sophisticated ways of doing things. We had to develop laws. We had to develop ways of taking care of each other, ways of supporting each other. And of course, one of those areas always was and always had to be taking care of children where parents were unable to, sometimes because parents died or were lost in some other way, or sometimes because children would be kidnapped and brought back after a period of time, and the parents themselves might have been murdered. Or sometimes it's just that parents were not able to take care of as many children as they were having, and so taking care of children within the tribe was an important part of seeing the future of the people. And it was always one that was taken care of. And in my tribe, again, going back to what my teachings were, we were always taught that it was the women who made those decisions about what was to be done with children. I was born in 1951. I just want to give you an example of how I think that worked. I was born in 1951. My father and mother got married in the year after the Second World War ended. They had 5 children. They lost a daughter in birth, but there were 4 of us who survived. I was the second youngest. And my mother was in frail health because she had suffered from tuberculosis. And she had, in fact, been sent from her community into a sanatorium in order to be treated for tuberculosis. While she was in the sanatorium, of course, it was so far away from her community that none of her family ever came to visit her. And it happened that one of my aunts worked in the sanatorium as a nurse's aide, or the equivalent of what we would call a nurse's aide today. She helped clean up the patients and clean up the rooms and help feed the patients who were older or not able to take care of themselves. Anyway, she met this young woman, my mother, who was there as a young woman, older teenager, and saw how lonely she was and how alone she was, and she used to visit her. We didn't live far away from the sanatorium, and so she arranged to bring her to our place on weekends or for holidays in order to visit, have a place to live in a house. And that's how she and my father met. When my father came back from the war during one of his furloughs, they met, they fell in love, and they talked about getting married, I'm told. And so he went off to war, and in the war he was badly injured. He was not able to come home right away. He was in hospital in England for almost a year. They thought he was going to die. He was basically in a foxhole that was hit by a bomb, and so he wasn't expected to live. But when they finished treating him, they found that he could walk, and they sent him home. And he came home after the war, in fact, had ended. And the people who were witness to the event talk about the fact that when he got off the train at the station, that my mother was there and my grandmother was there. My dad's mother was there as well. And that while my mother and my father both wanted to embrace each other first, my mother insisted and stepped aside so that my grandmother could be the first one to touch him when he got off the train. So that's how the respect for women was reflected. And then shortly after that, they got married. And in 1952, the year after I was born, my mother passed away. She had tuberculosis. She was in a weakened state anyway, but she also suffered a stroke giving birth to my brother. And about 13 weeks after he was born, she died. And my father was left to take care of all of us, four of us. And he was unable to. He was just too traumatized by the war experience yet. Plus, of course, he lost the woman that he loved and couldn't manage it. So he arranged for us to go to his mother's, to my grandmother's house, and asked her to take care of us. And then essentially he disappeared after that. We didn't see him for many, many years. He lived a very hard life. He lived on the streets for most of it, became an alcoholic. And the only reason I think that he ever lived to be an old man was that the other veterans of the war who lived on the street with him took care of him. Tommy Prince was one of them, and they were close friends. But living with my grandmother, there was no child welfare system in place at the time. There was no child welfare agency that we could rely upon or that would have intervened or could have intervened in our lives. And because my grandmother was there to take care of us, the government officials who were monitoring the situation didn't really have any concern because it was not uncommon for this to occur. But my grandmother was 63. My grandfather was 68 at the time that we went to live with them. And they were quite elderly. I'm now almost 70, and I can't imagine what it would be like to have young children coming into the house to be raised by us. I have a hard time with two little puppies that we got this year, taking care of them. I can't imagine what it'd be like to have a handful of little kids running around the place. So my grandmother created a child welfare system in the house. My grandmother had 13 children altogether, 5 boys and 8 girls. And of the 8 girls, by the time my brother was born, at the time my mother died, 5 of those young women were still living at home. One of them was still a pre-teenage, about 12 years old. And the others, though, were in their teens. And of course, my aunt, who worked at the sanatorium, was also living at home at the time. And so what she did was she assigned one of the aunties to take care of one of us. So I happened to be assigned to my aunt, Josephine, who had ambitions to become a teacher, and she did eventually become a teacher. But her responsibility was to take care of me. Her responsibility was to make sure that I got up in the morning, that I washed, that I had breakfast, that I did my homework at night, that I was able to get to school in the morning. Sometimes we had to walk. Occasionally there would be public transportation. A bus would come by. We lived in the country on the old reserve. But sometimes the old bus wouldn't make it, so we'd have to walk to school, which was about 2 miles away. So her responsibility was to make sure that I did that and got there. And she, in effect, raised me from the time that I was a year and a half old until she got married when I was probably 16 years old. And during that time, she became a teacher. And wherever she traveled to teach, and she traveled to many communities to teach in many northern communities, I would travel with her, and I would live with her, and I would take care of the household chores, much like a son would do for a mother. I would chop the wood, I would carry the water, I would help with the yard work and all of that. Plus, she wasn't living alone in the teacherage. It was known that she had a young boy and young man living with her, and so I guess in a way I was sort of a security as well for her. But she always treated me like a son, and she always encouraged me to have respect for my education and learning. And I tell the story that when I was 12 years old, and 12 years was a big birthday year in our family. So when I was 12 years old, I thought I was going to get a bicycle. I was really convinced that somebody was buying me a bicycle, whether it was my grandparents or my aunts. But I saw this big package sitting in the living room when I came home from school that day. And I thought it was kind of small for a bicycle, but I thought maybe it was all in pieces and I had to put it together. So after dinner, when they had the cake, I opened it up, and my aunt had bought me a complete set of encyclopedia and said that that was my 12th birthday gift. And she said that I now had to read the encyclopedia from front to back, and one book a month, and then she was going to test me on what was in that book, which she did. And that's how I learned to love to read. I learned to love learning about other parts of the world, about other aspects of the world, about the world around us, and so my love of learning was a reflection of that gift that she gave me. And the child welfare system that my grandmother created was a very successful system for us. My brothers and my sister all grew up to be responsible adults, except for my older brother. He joined the Navy and he was killed in the Navy. But my sister is still alive, and she has grandchildren, great grandchildren, as a matter of fact. And my younger brother, he passed away a couple of years ago from a stroke. So he was a confirmed bachelor. He never got married from the time that he was, from the time that he became an adult. He never got married. We don't think he even had a girlfriend. We're pretty sure he didn't have a boyfriend either. He just was a confirmed bachelor, and that's the way he lived. The kids used to love going to visit him because he had a big screen TV in his apartment, and he let them watch whatever shows they wanted. But when football and baseball and hockey were on, that was his time in the TV, and they got to learn to love those sports during their visits with him. But the child welfare system that my grandmother created really worked to our advantage. Child welfare agencies became part of the system of governance, more established in the 1950s after the Second World War than before. Before, there were occasional church-based agencies that took children in for care, and privately run, but there were no government-run agencies per se until the 1950s, when things started to change. When you look at the statistics today and you see the large number of Indigenous children who are in care, it's always easy to ask yourself, well, where did that all come from? And to conclude, well, there's something wrong with Indigenous people that is causing this to happen, and that we have to keep an eye on them because we can't trust Indigenous people to properly parent children. Look at the high numbers of apprehensions that are going on. I've always maintained that just like the justice system, the child welfare system is a self-fulfilling prophecy. That the more agencies and the more social workers you have, the more kids you're going to put into care. It's like if you hire more cops, you're going to arrest more people. It's just a given, and it's because of the way that we police, and it's because of the way that child welfare agencies have grown up and evolved in the way they do things. And it's also, I think, a reflection of the business models that child welfare agencies use, where those agencies are funded primarily on the basis of taking kids into care, whether voluntarily with the assistance of parents or involuntarily against the parents' wishes, or even to that extent against the family's wishes. But the fact of the matter is that with the growth of child welfare agencies over the years since the 1950s, and if you look at the research, it'll tell you the number of agencies that we now have compared to the number of agencies we've had in the past. You will see a direct reflection of that. And when I was the co-commissioner of the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry here in Manitoba, we had a number of things to say about the need for family services to be provided for Indigenous people at the community level. Because we pointed out that the long-term impact of residential schools and colonialism was that Indigenous people were living in a state of imposed poverty, of deprived economic circumstances, and that their circumstances and their situation was not their fault, and that many of the people who had gone to residential school came back traumatized and came back having lived in institutions that didn't give them the ability to parent, didn't teach them how to be parents. And so as a result, Indigenous parents after residential school experience often were unable to properly parent. And though they were living in communities where they could rely upon elders and grandmothers and older aunties and sometimes siblings to help them take care of their children, the more generations that passed through residential school and returned home to the communities, the greater the impact of the residential school experience had. And we have to remember that residential schools were with us for a period of about 130 years. And the result was that 7 generations of children went through those schools. And with each generation, they moved further and further away from their understanding of their laws, their traditions, their culture, their language, understanding of their healing methods, understanding of their psychological support systems, and the ability for the elders of the community to help the younger people of the community became more and more reduced because the elders sometimes themselves had come through the residential schools and didn't know their own culture, didn't know their own teachings, didn't know their own history, and therefore were unable to be of much assistance to those who were asking them for help. So the end result at the end of the day was that we see a large number, we still see a growing number of Indigenous children being taken into the child welfare system. And one of the unfortunate aspects of that, and one of the unintended consequences of the AGA report, was that we recommended that Indigenous agencies be created and mandated in order to service Indigenous people in their own communities in accordance with their own customs and belief systems. And for a time, that's how things were done. Indigenous communities and Indigenous agencies were created that were given leeway to be able to do things in accordance with their ways of doing things. So, for example, I know of an agency that before they apprehended a child, they had to consult a circle of elders from the community in order to get a formal support agreement from the elders that the children needed to be taken into care, but at the same time, the elders would give direction as to what that care would look like. So they would often say, now you have to provide treatment for the mothers and or the father. You have to make sure that they go and live with granny, they go and live with an elderly aunt or an elder sibling. So their focus always was on keeping the family together, keeping the community together, and that was the way things started out initially. And they relied upon a provincial mandate. So provincially, under the Constitution, provincially child welfare is their jurisdiction. So feds do have jurisdiction over child welfare with regard to Indigenous people, just like they had jurisdiction over residential schools. But they refused to exercise that jurisdiction until relatively recently. And as a result, Indigenous agencies had to rely upon and had to work with provinces in order to figure out how to do that work. And provinces generally, as I said, initially took a hands-off approach to them and let them do whatever they wanted to, essentially, as long as it was in compliance with the legislation in their own communities. It got a little trickier when Indigenous children were off reserve, our families were off reserve, and they wanted the the home agency to be involved. So MOUs and agreements were worked out with regard to how that was to be done. But then things started to change, and I don't know that there's any one singular point where things took a drastic turn, but eventually it got to the point where provinces started to exercise more and more jurisdiction, more and more direction with regard to Indigenous agencies. So in Manitoba, and I'll speak for the Manitoba experience, and it may or may not be the case elsewhere as well. I think it's generally true in the prairie provinces, and it's generally true in Northwest Ontario. The provinces essentially say to Indigenous agencies, if you want to be funded by us for taking care of children, then you have to do it in accordance with these directions. And the other unfortunate thing was that social workers were never trained about this history, were never trained to appreciate what it was that they were walking into. So just like teachers, for example, still are not being educated at faculties of education about the way the public schools have evolved and what public schools are teaching and the curriculums that are being used. When teachers get out in the field, they, in order to change the way they do things as teachers, they have to essentially develop their own curriculum. Social workers are much in the same way, having initially had to figure out how to do things that made more sense to them, culturally speaking. And that was part of the challenge for the provinces, because the provinces, in fact, started to feel that that was not acceptable. And so they started to impose sanctions on child welfare agencies, limitations on their mandate, requirements that they report to provincial officials, and that they had to have social workers who were making decisions with regard to children who were provincially trained, or trained at the university level, and had received that biased education experience, and who believed that the child welfare legislation of the province was superior legislation and had to be followed to the letter. We had an unfortunate case in Manitoba called the Phoenix Sinclair inquiry involving a situation where a child was killed. An Indigenous child was killed by her mother and her mother's partner. And the Indigenous agencies that were involved in, and even some of the non-Indigenous agencies, were criticized in a subsequent inquiry for not having made enough of an effort to intervene on behalf of the child. And so that added impetus to the work of agencies to be more involved with children. Since that inquiry, one of the sad consequences has been that we have, on average, a birth apprehension rate of about one child per day. So every day, one child is apprehended from a hospital here in Manitoba by a child welfare agency. Not because the mother has done anything to the child, obviously, she just gave birth to the child. Not even necessarily because the mother has a history of child abuse or a history of not being able to care for children, but because in some cases they say the mother herself was a child welfare ward, and therefore she's not capable of being a mother. Regardless of the fact that such young mothers often have family supports that they can call upon in order to help them with the child that they're having. Some of them are teenage mothers and need that support. But the consequence is that in Manitoba, we have more and more children being apprehended at birth now than we've ever had in the past. We have more children that are in care now in Manitoba and probably throughout Canada of child welfare agencies than we ever had in the care of the residential school system. And that's crazy when you think about the fact that we have made a commitment to try to change the way that we're doing business, to try to change the way that we're doing things. And those agencies that have succeeded, and there are some that have succeeded in avoiding those pitfalls, have done so while still being challenged by provincial officials, while still being challenged, sometimes even by the federal government. We've had instances where the federal government has withheld funding from Indigenous agencies or has funded Indigenous agencies at a much lower rate than they fund the provincial agencies for taking care of the same child, because they say that Indigenous agencies are not as professional as the non-Indigenous agencies are. So there's a lot of work that has to be done. There's a lot of change that needs to take place. And it all begins with the way that we educate social workers. It begins with the way that we structure the work that we do. It begins by changing a business model that we use. Change as well is required in the way that we make decisions and how we engage with the community in decision making. I know of very few agencies now that engage with elders in terms of making decisions around child welfare. And while almost all agencies and provincial governments say they are committed to keeping families together, the reality is that almost always the first placement that a child faces when taken away from their mother is to be placed outside of the family. And that creates a lot of problems for the child. It gets rather into a weird situation where sometimes they say we can't return the child right away to the mother, even when the court says the child is not in need of protection and must be returned. I've heard agencies argue, well, we'll have to return the child gradually because to move the child from a foster parent back to the mother is going to be traumatic to the child. And yet they never think about the trauma that they are inflicting on the child when they apprehend the child, that there should be a better way of doing it than what is now the case. And we need to just be cognizant of that. So I've wandered around this territory too long and in the subject area. And I know that we had decided that we'd leave some time for questions and answers. Unfortunately, I can't see any of the questions because I turned off the chat function as keep from being distracted. So I'll leave it to the moderator to send the questions to me. But I'm glad to have been part of this discussion, this dialogue with you. And I look forward to the opportunity to deal with some of the questions and answers now, and take your questions as the moderator sees fit. And thank you once again for allowing me to be part of this day. I want to acknowledge that if I had been there, I would have acknowledged the territory in which I was present, but it's only my image that's in your territory. I don't know what the image acknowledgement ceremony is or statement is, but I acknowledge the fact that my image is in your territory. So we'll take it from there. So thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is my mic on? Hello, can you hear? Oh, there you are. Thank you, Senator Masai. Really appreciate it. This is Robert, by the way. I have Executive Director Marlena Mann, who has been taking questions down on our live stream, and of course she'll be taking questions from those here as well. So Marlena will take it from here.
Sounds good. Thanks, Robert, and thank you, Senator. I have a question from Terry Lugi-Sabo. She asks, what are your thoughts on the Black Lives Matter movement and reconciliation as it relates to Indigenous people in Canada?
Well, okay. It doesn't matter what presentation I've done in the last 5 months. Everybody wants to talk about that. So a couple of things. First of all, the Black Lives Matter movement in Canada, at least, certainly includes the Indigenous community as part of the dialogue, and I don't think we should forget that. Many of those who participate in the Black Lives Matter events are, in fact, from the Indigenous community. And I think as well that that's not necessarily just a show of our support for Black people. I think it's also a reflection of the fact that we have a shared experience when it comes to the justice system and policing in particular. In the AGA report, we talked about the issue of bias in policing, and that one of the impacts of past police recruiting techniques was that people were being hired who were not well suited to the policing function, which we felt at that time, and this is almost 30 years ago now, we felt at that time the policing function was about learning how to deal with people without hurting them. We pointed out in the AGI report that police officers often said, well, this is a violent person and he's acting unstably and we have no choice but to kind of get physical and get him under control. And my response, I remember at one session was, I know dozens and dozens of nurses who will tell you that they work in hospitals with violent people who are unstable, who are acting out, and they manage to get their work done and deal with those people without killing them. So why can't you do it? Why can't you train your officers how to deal with people without killing them? And it's because guns are so handy. Once you have a gun, you want to use it. And police officers, in fact, are trained to use guns more readily than they should be trained to use guns. They should be discouraged from using guns. In fact, like in England, where police officers for the longest time did not carry guns, and they have one of the lowest police officer killing rates in the world. One of the cases that I dealt with as a judge involved a police officer who helped the arrest of a young Indigenous man who was high on drugs near a school, carrying a knife, walking down the sidewalk yelling at everybody, and obviously was presenting a danger if anybody came near him. Police were called. 4 cruisers showed up to deal with this guy. And 3 of the police officers driving those cruisers all drew their guns, and they all immediately told him to drop the knife or they were going to shoot him. The 4th officer, who was in his cruiser, instead of doing that, he took his cruiser and he drove it up against a man and pressed him against a fence so that he was pinned against the fence and he couldn't get away. He couldn't fight. He was, in effect, rendered incapable of harming anybody because he was pinned right up against the fence. And the officer then said to him, "You're not going anywhere. You can't hurt anybody. So why don't you just drop the knife?" Which he did. And he talked to him and got him settled down and then put him in the back of the cruiser and took him down and charged him. And so I had this young man in court. He was pleading guilty to possession of a weapon. And I said to him, you're very lucky that this officer happened to be there, because by doing what he did, he saved your life. You were going to get shot by those other guys, and you didn't get shot. And you should thank him for saving your life. And the young man, to his credit, turned around. The officer was in the courtroom. He turned around and he said to him directly, "I really want to thank you for doing what you did. You did save my life." And the officer then spoke to him in the courtroom and said, "I always want to go through my whole policing career without ever seeing or being part of the killing of any person." And more officers like that we need. So I commended the officer for what he did. And then afterwards, the Crown Attorney told me that the officer had in fact been disciplined and that he had a mark on his record because he had not allowed the other officers to shoot that fellow. And I wrote a letter to the chief of police and I said, "This is unacceptable. Why would your superiors be disciplining officers for doing what is clearly the best thing, which is to save lives?" And the response they got back was that his record had been expunged and he no longer had a mark on his record. But, the reality is that police officers are predominantly from non-Indigenous and non-Black communities. And they have been educated in the public schools of this country to believe in the myth of white superiority, to believe in the myth of white supremacy. There's a study that's being published relatively soon on how our public schools have taught white supremacy for generations and generations. And that's true for Canada as well. And it is that if you are not seen as being part of that community, that you are literally disposable and therefore not entitled to the same kind of respect that others receive. I posted a Facebook comment a number of months ago now, I guess, about the incident involving the fellow who entered the Prime Minister's residence armed with several guns, and he barricaded himself in a building and threatened to kill people. And the police officers talked to him for a long time and got him to give up his weapons and to surrender. instead of shooting him, which they could have done because they could see him. They had the ability with a sniper to shoot him, but they didn't. They chose not to. And my response in the Facebook comment was, that's not the kind of way, that's not the way that they deal with people of color. If that had been a man of color who was behind the barricade with a gun threatening to kill somebody, the sniper would have shot him. And that's because of the way that the police are trained, and that's because of the systemic bias, which we are now referring to as systemic racism, plays out in our practices and in the way that we do things. So that's a long answer to a relatively short, but it's a complicated question. And it also begins with the fact that most people have never engaged in a dialogue about what systemic racism is, how it manifests itself, and what it includes. And I've always said at a very simple level, racism is about intention. So racism, when you accuse somebody of being a racist, you're basically saying that you are behaving because you believe that somebody is different than you. So it's about your intention. You intend to mistreat them. Systemic racism is when we don't intentionally treat somebody in a bad way, but we end up with the same result because the system almost compels us to do things in a particular way. So systemic racism, systemic bias is because we are working in a system that is systemically biased. And all of you who are caught up in the social work system know what I'm talking about, because you're always being told about rules, you're always being directed by people who do not have an understanding of what it is that you have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And they are telling you to do things which you know are not going to work or not going to be good in the long run, and that there are better solutions if we just did things a little differently.
Thank you, Senator. And I know if we don't get to all the questions, no worries. Is it okay if we are able to forward questions to you via email for later answers if we have to?
Absolutely. In fact, I insist on it because the time is short, and of course you have other things that you want to take care of. But I think everybody who has given us a thoughtful question deserves an answer, and I'll be glad to do that.
I do have one more. I have another question, though, if you don't mind, or two more questions. Yeah. I'm joined by Executive Director Mary Teegee.
Hello, Mary.
Good afternoon. How are you, Senator?
I'm good.
Okay. First of all, I just really need to thank you for ensuring that the first calls of action for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission were all around child and family services, so thank you for that. Definitely we use that as a roadmap in making fundamental change in child and family, so masai. I do have a question, but a sort of a little bit of background. So as an executive director of a delegated agency for the last 16 years in British Columbia, and I'm also part of the National Advisory Committee on Child Welfare Reform as mandated by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, definitely I know since we received prevention dollars within the agencies at actual costs, that we're now able to finally, especially in British Columbia for the first time, provide prevention dollars to the community. So finally we're able to build that capacity in community so parents can take care of their children and nations can take care of their families. And I think that's really important to understand the fight that we had to ensure that we actually had federal enabling legislation. So I have the first question is to really, if you could please expand on what exactly enabling legislation means in relation to true sovereignty. And I think there are some gray areas or there's some confusion with that. The second piece of work, so we actually developed a traditional model of child and family well-being. We have a model of jurisdiction that shows the responsibilities of chief and council, other leadership, but also is built on our potlatch system, our traditional governance. So there's a role for hereditary chiefs, a role for parents, grandparents, and whatnot. So in your article, you had talked about this whole new legislation is like a new car, and that you have to kind of learn how to drive it. So we're at the place where we do have a model based on years and years of research. Carrie Sekani Family Services vision is that one day will be self-determining in health, social, and legal services. And so now that we have the funding to, of course, cover like data management, which is one of your first calls to action was that where are the children, but we've expanded, like not only where are the children, we need the numbers, but we know how well they're doing. So we're engaging in that work to develop the performance framework for outcomes for children. So we're doing that so that we could make good decisions. So we also have community wellness teams in community so that they can make decisions based on what's best for their children. And we also have the legislation that we're drafting is a rights-based legislation, not only on Indigenous rights, incorporating the calls to action, the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, but it's also the rights of a Carrier Sekani child. For example, the child has a right to their territory, to their culture, but they also have a right to benefit from the resources of their territory. So it's a different way that we're looking at developing our legislation, coming from years of research and listening to community. So I would just like, the second question is I would like to ask you, like, what are the key advice, the most important things to consider in moving to assume jurisdiction for our chiefs and our leaders? What's the key advice that you would have? Thank you.
All right, well, the two questions are sort of related, so let me see if I can deal with them in less time than your question took, Mary. So, and I probably will fail at that because I'm so long-winded. So you asked about, for me to talk a bit about enabling legislation versus the concept of sovereignty and kind of what that conversation entails and how they stand together. And then moving to assuming jurisdiction and what's the important advice there. So let me begin with that second question by saying that, there are problems with relying upon federal legislation to go about doing your work because, the dialogue from the Indigenous viewpoint has always been about we've always had the right to do this, and we should continue to do it our way. So we need the feds to get out of the way and allow us to do our own thing. And so the federal government just doesn't know how to get out of the way, and that's the problem. They keep insisting that their legislation needs to be, that they need to have some kind of legislative mechanism in place. And so I don't know that I foresee a day within my lifetime or within the foreseeable future in which the feds don't insist on having some kind of legislative mechanism in place. So it's the same thing as the Indian Act, for example. The feds say that when you say let's do away with the Indian Act, they'll always agree with you. I say, yeah, of course, let's do away with the Indian Act, but what are we going to replace it with? And if you say to them, well, nothing, they'll say, well, no, we have to have something. And so then you get into this whole dialogue about, do we really need your legislation to govern our lives? Of course not, but they insist on it. So let me just say that the key to assuming jurisdiction is just do it. That's the key. Just do it. Whatever it is that you need to do in order to do it, just do it. And let others challenge you. Let others try to stop you, but just do it. We have been cowed into believing that we can't do it until we get permission first. When the reality is that if we sit around waiting for permission to do things, then we're going to be sitting around a long time. And let's stop sitting around waiting for somebody else to give us permission. Let's just do it. We would never have hesitated if the Europeans had not come here. We would never have hesitated to do this. And so we shouldn't hesitate now. Let's just do it. So let me just deal quickly with the issue of enabling legislation versus sovereignty. It goes back again to that principle that I talked about, that the feds believe that you can't do it, you can't exercise your sovereignty until we recognize your right to exercise your sovereignty, until we tell you how to exercise your sovereignty. So in order for you to exercise your sovereignty, you need some federal law that describes how you're going to exercise that sovereignty, and how you're going to engage with us and with others. So enabling legislation to the federal government and generally to the legal community is that you have to find a law that says you can do this before you can do this. So it's like it's not legal until the law says it's legal, whereas in reality it's the reverse, that you can do anything you want unless there's a law that says you can't do that. That's the way that human behavior is, and so that's the view that I take, that you can do anything you want unless there's a law that says you can't do what you want. So enabling legislation is actually misnomered, because it's not enabling legislation so much as it is disabling legislation. When you look at Bill C-92, it actually takes away a lot of your jurisdiction. It forces you to recognize provincial jurisdiction. It forces you to work out agreements with the federal government. It forces you to work out agreements with provincial governments. And whether or not you chose to do that or chose to go in other ways, of course, still up in the air. But in the exercise of sovereignty, you don't need that kind of legislation. You just do it. And so that's sovereignty. Just so to put it in its simplest form, sovereignty is like human life. Each individual is able to do everything within their power that they need to do in order to stay alive. That's the same idea exists for a nation of people. A nation of people is sovereignty because it has the right to do whatever it needs to do in order to stay alive. And so when you think about sovereignty, just think about a human life. So, and let me also just point out that, my presentations to teachers, I always talk about the fact that, we have a responsibility in raising our children and educating our children to help them answer 4 questions. And those questions are, where do I come from? Where am I going? Why am I here? And who am I? And everything that you do as a child welfare agency should also be part of the answers to those questions. Where did you come from? So what is your history as child welfare? Not an agency per se, but what is the history of child welfare among your people? How did you make those decisions before? Where are you going? So what's the purpose of child welfare? What is it that you want to achieve down the road with child welfare? What are the ambitions of your child welfare processes? Why are you here? So why do we need a child welfare agency? And who are you? So what does this agency look like in the overall scheme of the sovereign nation? So I think you can always reflect upon what it is that you're doing by looking at those 4 questions, no matter what it is. So, all right.
Thank you, Senator. I'm hoping you could answer one more question. And for those that have other questions, we actually will guide them to our communications inbox, and I'll get those questions to you after as well. We have one more question from Chief Karina Lewin. If you don't mind, she's going to take the mic ask her question.
Chief, go ahead.
Hi, Senator. Thank you for your very informative and emotional presentation today. I have a question in regards to a comment you made regarding the high apprehension rate of children at birth in Manitoba, and it happens in our province as well. So I was just wondering, do you find Aboriginal agencies are being supported in addressing the issues and supporting families? And or is it mainly the provincial child welfare system that deals with such a unjust apprehension of children at birth with no just cause? Masi.
Yeah, thank you. One of the reasons why, and this isn't the sole reason, but one of the reasons why there's such a high apprehension rate at birth is that it is known that the mother has problems. It is known that the mother needs help. It is known that the family itself is spread out and may not be able to provide care in a place where the mother has easy access to. So there are other social problems that are at play. And one of the reasons why agencies apprehend in Manitoba is because both the federal and provincial governments signed agreements, sometimes with the insistence of Indigenous agencies, to move away from block funding, so that Indigenous agencies now only get funded or get primarily funded if they apprehend and take a child into care, whereas before they would get a block fund, and therefore they could provide services to the mother without taking the child into care. They could provide services to the family without taking the child into care, and now their options of doing that are more limited, because while they still get some block funding, some limited amount of money to do that preventative work, it's much less than they would get by taking the child away. And even when they take the child away, they don't get funded for placing the child with extended family. They get funded more if they place a child with foster family, with a stranger family. Which is really illogical. But so all of that needs to be addressed, and so the question is whether the agencies are being supported in declining to apprehend or take kids into care at birth, and the reality is that they're not being supported financially, and so their ability to provide support to the family at the outset is dependent upon their taking the child into care. Sometimes they do it through voluntary placement agreements and consent orders of apprehension, but there's almost always a care model that they have to exercise in order to be able to do anything to help the family. I always tell people, it's kind of like if we paid the police for each person they arrested, just think of how many arrests they would make in a given year just to get funded. They'd be arresting everybody. Whether you needed to be arrested or not, they would just arrest you and say, all right, sorry, we arrested you, we held you for a few hours, we're going to let you go. But in the meantime, they get money paid to them for having done that arrest. That's illogical. We don't fund police on that basis. We shouldn't fund child welfare agencies on that basis either.
Well, it sounds as though we have a response, Senator. One moment.
Thanks, Senator Sinclair. I definitely noticed when I did go through Canada that the way that the different provinces were funded actually had impacts on their rates of children in care. With the win of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal in 2016, we are now where prevention is paid at actuals. In the past, the model of funding you're talking about, that was the model. We would pay, the feds would pay however much money it took to keep a child in care, but there was no money there to prevent that child going into care. The tables have turned, and definitely that is no longer the case. In British Columbia, we never received prevention dollars just until the last couple of years. So we're able now to actually have the funding. So if a young mother needs supports to keep her child in care, we just pay for it at actual costs. The rest of the country are under a different type of funding agreement. In BC, we have a business model. So if I ask for X amount of dollars, and if it goes above and beyond that, I just bill for that. So there's cultural programming, supports, home renovations, milk, diapers, anything the family and the child needs to keep their child. That's what we were able to pay for, and we never had that. So it's definitely a lot different, and I've seen that across the country where there are disparities. I think the model that we have in BC, where we have a business proposal to say this is X amount of dollars that we think we're going to need, and if we need more, then we just go to ISK and say this is how much more dollars we need to ensure our families and the parents are able to keep their child at home.
You don't have a right-wing conservative government, that's probably why, so, thank you.
Well, Senator, we love to have you all day, but of course, you're a busy guy as well. For those that would like to send their, or are you?
Those are words. Those are words I do not hear from my wife at home. Okay, she keeps telling me get out of the house. Okay, thank you.
Well, we'll definitely for those people that have questions or more questions, I'll send them your way. All you have to do is just for our live stream audience, email us communications@csfs.org. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good day.
We'll see.
Definitely a significant project that has historical reference really to all of the incredible work that the Caring Society have done to represent First Nations youth at the tribunal in front of the government to talk about the inequities and injustices that exist within our system, the healthcare and educational system, things of that nature. And so I think one of the really important aspects of this theme song is that it needed to come from Indigenous youth and their perspectives. Essentially, the theme song was really to showcase young Indigenous perspective through their voices, through their stories, through their personal desires for the kind of changes that they'd like to see in the world. Spirit Bearers made this subject accessible for people to understand what are these injustices. The significance of creating a Spirit Bear theme song has got to come from the young people, because they're going to just talk from an unfiltered lens. In light of COVID, in light of social distancing, we ended up having to approach it a little bit differently than we would typically. So we had to navigate it initially through Zoom. It's been a beautiful experience for myself, and being able to just leave from behind and facilitate this has just been incredible. And I just wish all the best for these young kids, because these young kids have so much ahead of them. There's so much promise and so much potential. So I hope that their words and I hope that their message gets across to be able to get behind this this movement of young Indigenous kids, and just kids in Canada that understand that it isn't fair that people get less just because of who they are.
Will you do it for me? Okay, let's go.
Just because you're small, it doesn't mean you can't stand tall, stand tall. Gotta learn to listen, everybody, do you care? Stuck tall, stuck tall.
What is it?
Get you right together as we're singing with class, y'all, class, y'all.
What does that still mean?
Social means spirit bear.
Just because you're small, it doesn't mean you can't stand tall, stand tall. You gotta learn to listen, everybody. Do you hear the calls, the calls? We're here to ride together as we're singing with us. Y'all, Spirit bear, spirit bear, spirit bear. So, sing with spirit bear, we sing with spirit bear. So, we wanna see a world that is fair, where we can dream, where we can share a love we know is there, and sing with spirit bear.
Isn't that great? I love that. And of course, we have a screening coming up. We're working on it. The details, we'll have more of that shortly. Of course, again, you can go check out fnhearingsociety.com, but we'll also have it on our webpage at csfs.org. So we're a little bit behind, but actually not too bad. So we're going to work through the intermission. We'll have our financial report in just a moment. Before that, though, we are going to share one of our talent show finalists from Carrier's Got Talent from one of the communities. So Vagabond will be joining us next. Great. Thank you so much, Vagabond, one of our finalists from the Carrier's Got Talent that we held earlier. Integris, again, sponsored that. Love seeing, of course, talent like that coming from communities. We're going to take a short, like a 5-minute intermission break. So if you want to grab a coffee, for those, I'm getting 10 minutes. So we'll do a 10-minute break. When we get back, we will actually have our Carol Reimer will join us with a financial report. Vagabond. Nodley. Yeah. Nodley. Yeah. So, are you looking to book them? So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll have our slideshow go up, and we'll return after that with our financial report in just a moment. Thank you. Swear. welcome back. We'll get everyone to take their seats. Coming up to, what time is it now? I usually do a time check, so it's 11:42. So we got a fair bit, we're almost at lunchtime here, so we're going to invite our CFO, Carol Reimer, who will join us with the financial report. After that, we'll have one more bit of video, and then we'll break for lunch. So if you don't mind joining me, that'd be great. Great.
Okay, there we go. There we go. That's better. I looked at that picture this morning in the AGA booklet and thought, how come the chief accountant's laughing? What does that say? So, I wanted to say, I guess it's still morning. Good morning to everyone. I want to thank the people of the Kwetli for allowing us to do our business here on their territory this morning. I want to say welcome to the elders, the leaders, members of our communities, staff, Carriers County Family Services, and everyone out there in the virtual world. This is something new that we're trying, and I'm really proud of this organization for putting this on today. I also wanted to say thank you to Senator Sinclair for giving us that historical perspective and that need for change, and working with an organization that's making that change. We've heard that in Mary's speech this morning, so I'm really proud to stand up here this morning with that. 30 years, wow, that's something to be really proud of, that we should celebrate that. And also that there's a bright future going forward for this organization and for the communities that we serve. I lost my slideshow. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. So first of all, what I want to do is thank my staff. I mean, I get to stand up here and do a presentation today, but none of what I say happens without the dedicated staff that are behind the scenes. You don't often get to see them. They're back in the office today working. They're getting payroll sent today so that staff here get paid. So I really want to thank them for the hard work that they do. These ladies are the backbone of the organization. It's their job to support all the staff, the clients at CSFS, to maintain financial transparency and accountability. They're the ones that are asking for your timesheets, they're asking for your invoices, they're sending you your payments. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes. This picture, I just wanted to just talk about it a bit. You know, as well as being a team that does financial things, we're also a team that plays together. And I think that's so important in an organization. So this is a picture of most of my staff, or some of my staff, and here we are training for the sun run, and it was like January or February, and it was so cold out that day. And still there's smiles on everyone's faces as we head out into the cold weather. So the report that follows is a summary of the financial activities for the year ending March 31st, 2020, so ending about 6 months ago. The full audited financial statements for Carriers County Family Services are in your AGA booklet, and they're near the end of your booklet. They're 11 pages long. And I'm not going to talk about all 11 pages because I'm standing between you and lunchtime, and I know that. But I am going to give you a summary of what happened in the year. So we are required by our funders. We're required by our funders to appoint an auditor each year. The KPMG has been appointed by the Board of Directors for the last 20 years, actually. We've had the same auditor that I've had the pleasure of working with, and I really appreciate their work. So they are to perform an audit on our financial statements, which includes the statement of financial position, the statement of operations, the changes in net assets, and all kinds of notes. And that's all represented on those 11 pages that are there. And so some of the most important things that they have to do is they look through our work and they make an opinion about our financial transparency and accountability in our financial statements. And so KPMG has to say to us that the work that you do either is good or it's not good. And for the last many, many years, they have said to us that the financial statements present fairly all of the operations and work that happen at Carriers County Family Services. And it's sort of a one-line little summary, But for me as the accountant, it's a lot of work to get to that place. And I'm going to say proud again of all our staff and the boards, that their support too, that helped me get to that place. So I want to just give you a really sort of one-page summary of what it looked like at our organization last year. We've seen tremendous growth, and that follows up on what Warner and Mary were talking about this morning. So our revenues last year, $45.2 million, as compared to $32.9 million in 2019. The largest portion coming from Indigenous Services Canada in the amount of $19.7 million, as compared to $9.7 the previous year. So an increase of almost $10 million last year from Indigenous Services Canada. Our next largest funder is the Ministry for Children and Family Development, $11 million, and $9.4 million the previous year. And following that is First Nations Health Authority with $10.9 million and $11.2 the year before. Slight reduction. There wasn't any reduction in our funding. We had some special projects that happened in the year before. So this, and our Indigenous Services Canada contracts and our Ministry of Children and Family Development contracts are all one-year contracts rolling over year after year, whereas our First Nations Health Authority contract is a multi-year contract, 10 years, and it's coming due in March of 2022, so in a couple of years. So we're starting to do some planning work, and we'll be coming into the communities and doing health evaluations and those sorts of things. So these three funders make up 92% of the funding for Sekani Family Services. So just to give you an idea of the growth that we've seen, revenue was up 37% last year and 20% the previous year. So significant growth in this organization. We've been putting that growth into contracts with our bands to get money out to the bands to do work. We've been putting that money into infrastructure, and we've been putting that money into new programs. Expenditures this fiscal year, $37.3 million as compared to $31.4 million last year. With the largest areas coming in wages and benefits, our staff, foster care, and travel. And those things have been fairly consistent over the years that we have been here. These three expenditures make up 66% of total expenditures in the organization. So you can see that funding comes in from a small pot of like three things, and the majority of our expenditures go out in three areas. So what Mary has already talked about and what I alluded to last year in my conversation, I just wanted to talk again, is that 2006 Canadian Human Rights Tribunal settlement with First Nations Child and Family Caring Society of Canada, the Assembly of First Nations, and the Attorney General who represented ISK. It made a significant difference across the country and in particular to our organization. With this ruling, we're now receiving access to money for prevention, which we never had before. And when we had just our, what we would call sort of operations a number of years ago, we used to get about $1.8 million from, I guess back then it wasn't ISK, it was whatever iteration it was a few years ago. And this year we're getting close to $28 million. And so that's providing a significant change for our communities. So at the end of the year, we ended up with a surplus of $7.9 million. The majority of that was out of the prevention money that we received. It's really difficult to receive a huge chunk of money and have everything roll out at once in the year. And as particularly at the end of the year, we rolled into COVID, and that really, at the beginning of COVID, everything just came to a screeching halt, right? So there's lots of programs that just stopped. But ISK has assured us that all of that money can roll over, and we can continue to invest in our communities this coming year. None of that money is going to go back to them. So, in summary, I got some, we started a few minutes late, and I had about 3 people come to me and said, you only have this amount of time. I'm like, don't worry. I'm the accountant. I'll keep it short and simple. So, in summary, there's some amazing work by people behind the scenes, and I always like to credit my staff for the work that they do to help bring things forward. $45 million in revenue this year, a growing organization. I said 37% this past fiscal year, 20 the year before that. Huge growth. And a huge dedication by staff to get that organized into programs, get those programs rolled out, hire staff. It's just been an ongoing thing that we've been doing. 37 million in expenditures and rising as we get our programs organized, our infrastructure in place. That's all happening. 152 diverse programs. When you look at the financial statements, you get the 11 pages in here. What I hand out to the directors and the board is usually close to about 180 pages, and I just sort of see them go, whoa, right? It's a lot of work that goes in. And the best thing is we're building to a brighter future. Thank you. Usai.
And of course, we do have a little bit of time for any questions that might come from the floor. If you're out, I think we had about 140 people watching, maybe more now. If you have any questions, you want to provide them in the chat window. Marlena will ask anything that's come in. And if you don't mind, 5-10 minutes for questions.
Sure.
I'll turn it to the room first. Does anyone in the room here have any questions for Carol? All right. And then, we actually don't have any questions online either, so.
If you're like, that's okay. I think
I
people
guess
think
it's
about lunchtime is what's going on.
I know.
But if you would like to ask any questions, you can send it again to communications@csfs.org, and we'll guide them your way. Or
catch me in the room.
we'll catch you in the room as well. So thank you so much for that. Wonderful.
Okay.
Great. And I'll probably catch you on the next run when it's not as cold. Right? The next running group? Yeah, we'll grab that. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we actually have a few announcements today, actually, that are kind of surprising, that I kind of hid. Well, some of them are not so secret. One definitely is. Sekani Family Services, as you may have heard, is about to launch its LGBTQ2+ program within the member nations. Key thing is it's still in the developmental phase. It will include website and offline support. So we thought we'd share a little bit with you. Here's more on that exciting program just before we break for lunch.
Hadi, my name is Brittany Clark Wakefield, and I'm a mental health clinician for a new LGBTQ2+ health and wellness program operated under Sekani Family Services. Our new program supports adults that are 18 years and older and that self-identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, two-spirited, and/or additional gender and sexual identities. Howdy, my name is Hunter Brazzoni. I'm from the Métis Nation. I've been working for Sekani Family Services since 2016, where I started as a summer student. Now I work in special projects, resource and inclusion, and I coordinate the LGBTQ2+ program. Accessibility to our 11 member nations as community members was extremely important to us whenever we were developing this program. As a result, all services are available online. Our services include individual and group counseling, LGBTQ2+ education, virtual events, activities, and celebrations, and a confidential online chat where you can talk to a clinician. As a society, we've made enormous strides towards inclusivity and acceptance of marginalized populations, including the LGBTQ2+ community. However, LGBTQ2+ individuals still face daily challenges, such as mental health, substance abuse, poverty, low self-esteem, and acceptance by their family and community members. We wanted to create a platform that focused specifically on LGBTQ2+ topics and increase representation. If you or someone else you know is in need of some additional support, or you want to learn more about becoming an LGBTQ2+ ally in your community, please contact either Hunter or myself with the information provided. Talk to you soon.
If you could have one day with your ancestors, what would you do? What would you ask? What would they say? these times, they are tough. Some of us feel alone, helpless. What would they say? So much uncertainty. People dying. Businesses closing. What would they say? But your ancestors are here. They embody the communities you live in. They're teaching to live on the breath of our elders living now. And you have a job. One job. To keep them safe. They need you to help protect them. Be a warrior by honoring your elders, loved ones, and community. Your weapon, the strength to do nothing. Just stay away and be there for them from a distance. And when this is all over, know you've kept them safe. To have them and to hold them for one more day. We will be here for them. Can you do the same? Protect our elders.
We could break for lunch.
Hello. Can I get all of the chiefs and board members up to the front for a quick second? Warner just wants to have a quick chat. Thanks. Should I just leave it on? Should I leave it on?
just going to get things going again. We're coming up, it's just past 1 o'clock. Hadi, to all those who are joining us on the live stream, welcome back again to Sekani Family Services 30th Annual General Assembly. A few things coming up in this afternoon. Executive Director Dr. Travis Hollick will be joining us with his report. That'll be coming up in roughly a half an hour. Again, the format's the same. He'll present. We'll leave some time for some questions at the end. You can either pose those questions on the chat as part of the live stream. If you're here, you can go to Marlena and she will as well make sure those questions are asked. If you have any questions, thoughts, concerns, again, we direct you to our email inbox, communications@csfs.org. That's communications@csfs.org. Also, we'll hear reports from Executive Directors Mabel Louie and Marlena Mann. And also, we have a couple of wonderful speakers from community that will be joining us. Stalatin Councillor Tanis Reynolds will be sharing a presentation on health and wellness. But first, I invited SICUS Chief Priscilla Mueller to join me. Chief Mueller is of the Grouse clan and granddaughter of the late Selena John. She's worked many years in education and, of course, is one of our boards for Sekani Family Services. Her talk is Our Grandmothers, Their Legacy, and she joins me now.
Thank you. You're lucky I'm here, Robert. I went for a walk because I was so nervous and I was going to keep on walking. Thank you. So you all know who I am. I'm SICUS Chief Priscilla Mueller. It's been a really emotional morning for me because my grandmother's picture is all over this place, and I just feel really in sync with all of the speakers when Senator Sinclair spoke. I didn't see his what he was going to speak, his topic, and I sent my topic, what I was going to speak on, and then I saw his after, and I was like, wow. So, and a lot of words from Warner and Mary today. I think it's just all fitting together really well. It looks beautiful in here. You guys have done a really good job. So I'm just going to sing this song that my grandmother Selena John composed when I was young. Where I remembered standing there and dancing in her living room, all of us little kids. So we were just, she would be drumming and humming, and then she would get us up and she started singing, and we practiced the song like all day. So this was composed by my late grandmother Selena John. So it's called the Four Winds song, kind of like the four cycles of life, four directions. So I'll sing the song for you. So I'd like to recognize also that we're on the traditional territory of the Lheidli T'enneh people, and I thank them for allowing us to conduct our business in their territory today. So I'm from the Grouse clan. I'm from SICUS, the granddaughter of the late Selena John, who many of you knew and spent a lot of time with her when in the beginning of this organization. And she's the reason why, one of the main reasons why we're sitting here 30 years later. She played a critical role in getting this organization started. I'd also like to recognize some of the other elders, like Mary Tichy spoke about this morning from SICAS, the late Mary John Sr. and the late Sophie Thomas. I want to recognize them too. So I know my grandmother knew that she probably would never see this organization in her lifetime. And it grew into one of the most recognized First Nations family care providers in British Columbia and Canada. My grandmother Selena saw a huge gap in the welfare system back in the 80s and the 90s. She knew that we had to take control of our own child welfare and to have a say in where our children were placed. The social well-being of our carrier Sekani children were in the hands of the provincial and federal governments and our other organizations who did not know who they were and where they came from, or our way of life. So if it wasn't for my grandmother, I would have been part of the 60 Scoops. I would not be standing here today. I am grateful that my grandmother fought to keep me in her care. And we all have a story to tell. I tell people this, we all have a story. This story here is just a tiny, small little part of my story. I'll talk a little bit about my grandmother, Selena, first. Selena was born in Hagoget in 1913, and her mother was the late Adele Tibbetts, and her stepfather was Antoine George. She comes from a long line of hereditary chiefs from Hagoget. As she grew, the elders watched her, and they knew that one day that she was going to be a leader, and they decided to start training her at a very young age. My grandmother used to talk about those days when she sat with her uncles in the longhouse. She remembers sitting with them and hearing stories about her ancestors from way back. She remembers going to the Batlats and learning how our business was conducted. When they felt she was ready, her uncles, Daniel, Donald, and Felix George, decided that it was time to give her a name. They gave her her grandmother's name, her mother's mother, Ditnyan, and this happened in her uncle's longhouse. This is where her leadership for the future started, and this is where she became a Zap. When it came to our laws, my grandmother took it seriously. When she married my grandfather, the late Felix John, who came from the Frog clan, her uncle Pat Michelle from Stalaco told her she would have to cross over to the Grouse clan. Suadiet was her uncle Michelle Cho's name, and because he had no sons and only daughters, it was decided that my grandmother would carry the name. This was in 1914. My grandmother and my grandfather, Felix John, worked for 1 year to prepare for the Batlats. They saved 4,000 that year, which equivalents to about probably 50,000 today. They bought so much stuff from Prince George that they had to rent a CN rail car to transport the items back to Vanderhoof, and there they rented a transport truck to bring the items back to Sycus. My grandmother knew that the name came from a long line of hereditary chiefs, and she knew that it would cost her a lot to pay for the name. When I was growing up, I remembered how serious she was when it came to the Batlats. It was serious business, and if you made one mistake, it would cost you. My grandparents ended up having 13 children, and I am the daughter of her 8th child, Mary Teresa. Because of the trauma that my grandmother and mother suffered through the residential school, there was a lot of violence and disconnection from two family. My mother left when I was very young and never came back to see me grow. She would visit once in a while, but she never raised me. Grandma Selena ended up raising me and my siblings along with cousins and foster children. She ended up raising 15 of us, and we were all in the house at the same time, 15. From when we were very young, I was probably 2 or 3 until I graduated from high school. And when I think of those times, I sometimes want to be back there just for a day to spend it with my siblings and my brothers and sisters. We had a lot of good times and some bad times. During that time, Grandma Selena raised us to know our culture, and we were always busy learning something new. In the summertime, we prepared for the winter and worked all summer picking berries, drying fish, drying moose, canning fish. We beaded lots of crafts. We beaded moccasins. I don't ever remember being bored back then when I was growing up. Even though my mother left when she was very young, she was raised very traditional. She could shoot a moose, skin it, gut it, carry it out of the bush like a man. She was always setting nets, making nets, and she taught us a lot. When she would come back, sometimes she would come back for a month in the summertime, and those times I cherish. Good memories. Okay, thank you. My children only remember my mother as a beautiful person who loved them very much. I never knew the struggle she went through when I was growing up. She was their grandmother and they loved her. She would have done anything for them just as I would do for my two granddaughters. My mother died in 2007. And that's another sad story that I won't go into. Like I said previously, if my grandmother decided not to take me into her care, I would have been part of the 60 Scoop, where many of our people lost their identities and suffered sexual abuse at the hands of their so-called caretakers, and many have never recovered from their experiences. Look on the streets today, who do you see? You see our people. The foster care system was just a continuation of the residential school system and the impacts it had on our culture and traditions. When we talk about our traditions and legacy, this is what we need to be teaching our children so that they will know who they are and where they come from. When I say our grandmothers, their legacy, my mother and my grandmother live inside of me. I am who they made me. I am them. As they were their ancestors before them, the traditions and knowledge that we pass down to our grandchildren is critical to the survival of our culture. I want to tell you a story about a grandmother in Sycas that never gave up when the ministry came to try to take her grandchildren. There were 6 of them, and she fought for almost 2 years to keep them in community and in her care. MCFD was sending the RCMP up to our community one day to remove those children. And our council at the time said, let them try, because when they come, we'll be waiting at the door when they come knocking. They never came. I can't imagine what would have happened to those children if she gave up the fight. Today, 2 years later, they're still in her care, and they're doing well. When you see them, they're beautiful. Dad is on the road to recovery for almost 2 years now, and his mother is also helping with the children. A couple of years ago, I went to an elders gathering in Edmonton, where I listened to a group of ordinary but remarkable women. They were from a group called the Grandmothers Council, and they were all grandmothers. There was probably 14 of them. They decided to form this Grandmothers Council because they wanted to take control over their own child welfare issues in their communities. If they needed a home for one of the children, one of them would step up before the ministry was called, and then they would work with the parents to try to keep the kids in community. When you look at our communities, and when you will see that our grandmothers are the ones who are raising our children. Part of this is traditional, and part of it is necessity. We need to carry the torch that was passed to us by our ancestors and pass it to our children and their children. We need to teach them who they are and what it means to be Daket, to hold their heads up high and be proud of their culture and their heritage. One thing that I really believe that we're doing right in our territories is we're practicing our batlats. When we go into that building, and you could come in, leave with a heavy heart, and you leave uplifted. Everything that was bothering you, maybe you had an argument with somebody that very day, you'd walk out friends. So that's one thing that we're doing right, and I really feel that if we don't bring that back into our communities, we're going to lose our our children, are going to lose some of our traditions. Years ago, I went to a workshop on trauma and residential school system, and I remember this quote, and I never forget it. I have experienced the traumatic accumulated loss of extended family, culture, language, and identity. I could go on about my story, but what about those people that are on the streets? What's their story? As a grandmother of 2 beautiful girls, what do I want them to remember about me? What legacy do I want to leave them? My healing begins when I go to the backlats, when I sit with my elders to listen to our stories, when I go to a powwow and listen to the drum beat as it is one with my heart. My healing begins when I wake up in the morning and choose to have a good day no matter what the circumstance. When I take a deep breath of fresh air, when I smile at my enemy, when I decide that I will not let fear get the best of me. My healing begins with me. I am a strong carrier woman and grandmother. So grandmothers, be brave and courageous and never give up the fight. Awetza. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello? So I'd like to make a couple of presentations here. So part of one thing that we do in SICAs is that we try to bring our children in care back to our community at least 4 times a year, so they could spend time with their families, grandparents, their uncles and aunties, and just to learn about their community, and learn who they are, where they come from, and so that when they do, if they age out, that they'll always know that they're welcome back in our community. So we always have a Christmas Children in Care Christmas party every year. We've had it for the last 3 years, and where we bring all our children in care back to the community. We invite the parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, and extended family, and we spend the whole day in our community with our children. And the last 3 years, I just want to recognize, on May 21st, we were supposed to have a luncheon with Mary and her team. And MCFD, we wanted to have an appreciation luncheon to show our appreciation for the financial support that you've given us for us to hold the Christmas party. And so I just wanted to recognize Mary and your team. Thank you, Mary, for all of your hard work that you do for our families, for our communities, for our children. And I want to recognize you for that, and an appreciation from SICA's First Nation to you. And I just wanted to do another quick presentation. Sorry, you can open it too. So I wanted to also recognize Cheryl Vandelar is not here. She's our family preservation worker from SICAS. She's watching online, so Cheryl, we want to tell you how much we appreciate you in SICAS. You go above and beyond every single day that I see you working, and I see your heart. I see where your heart is. I know that you love our families and you love our children. You've been doing this for many, many years, probably almost 30 years. Cheryl Vandelar has been working for our community and for our children in care, Your work doesn't go unrecognized, Cheryl, and we want to, Sycus First Nation wants to present you with this gift to show our appreciation for all the work that you do for us. So this is for Cheryl from us. So for me, this is grandma, mother, granddaughter, and grandchild. So, or it could be sisters. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. An incredibly powerful share, and of course, we have a gift as well to present. Marlena, if you don't mind. Yes. Thank you so much for taking the time. That story is just, that share is just so powerful. Thank you so much. And this is a token of our appreciation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Great. So let's check the time here. So we're doing really well today, guys, gang. So right now, hold tight one moment here. Got to get things in order here. We have our next report coming up, I do believe. Right, yeah, I'm on time here. So, and again, the format's the same. So Dr. Travis Hollick will be joining us. He'll present for about 20, 25 minutes, and then we can take questions from those in the live stream on the chat side, or those here in the room. Dr. Hollick, of course, has had quite a busy year. If you might remember, he had the fairly popular hockey tournament. That was pre-COVID. And actually, I know he's been working really hard at an exciting new project in Burns Lake. So if he's willing and able, come on up to give your presentation. Thank you.
Nicely done. Denise Sakuze Skaze, Hadi Sootsen, Travis Hollick Biskai Satni. Masai lately tene gain no yenta yakluk. I tried my best on that one. That one's new, I just threw that in there. Gaidzin Honzu. And congratulations, Sekani Family Services, on 30 years. Mbe honesty. Another thing that we were asked to do, and I didn't actually submit it, but I think I'll talk about it now, is submit one of our own experiences over the past 30 years. And I've been with Sekani for about 18 years now. And I think it was probably in about my first year, so about 17 years ago, 16 years ago, I was invited to Dick Alex Headstone Feast. So the dates might not, I think it was Dick Alex Headstone Feast. And it was one of the first times that I went out to the community by myself. And so I was really apprehensive, and so everyone was kind of standing on the lawn at the house before they dragged the headstone. And I was like really, really nervous, and I could see eyes on me as I pulled up, like, who is this guy who's like now pulled up and is standing here on the lawn with us? And Melian Adam saw me, and I think she must have known me from other events, but I didn't know her that well yet then. And she walked across the lawn and gave me the biggest hug. And from then on, I thought, okay, like, I belong. I can tell, like, everyone else is like, okay, this guy must belong here. And so it was a very powerful moment. And I just, like, as staff and everyone else, I just want to say thank you for making me feel like I've belonged over all these years. Now on to the slides. So, in addition, thank you to our doctors and everyone who has been able to so quickly switch during such difficult times. So, Sekani has always been a leader in virtual services, and because we were a leader in that area, we were able to switch over to providing doctor services and others quite quickly. And it was the province kind of looking at leaders like Sekani. I know Dr. John was assisting with Doctors of the Day and other things, getting those set up. And so I'd just like to acknowledge that. And also to our nurses, care aides, MOAs, and all those who continue to provide in-person services using personal protective equipment in spite of risk and uncertainty that followed with COVID. I'm just so proud of you, and I'd like to thank you all for everything that you do. So I have been involved with Northern Health on their EOC committee. So I'd just like to say that there's been extensive planning in reshaping our hospitals and the planning for what we do if there actually was a case. And then at a local level within CSFS, we do have a critical response working group that's developed community plans if there is a COVID case. And so a lot of work has been done by Judith Sanford, contacting all the communities and determining what our plans would look like. We've also had a number of community concerns about exposure to COVID-19, and we're in constant contact with Northern Health Authority around case tracing. And if our communities did have a case, we would be notified. I know in the province sometimes there has been some concern about the relationship, and I would say within Sekani, we've worked really hard with our Northern Health partners and with FNHA around communication lines. So again, being leaders around even those partnerships that are developed. In terms of services, we've been following exposure plans that we completed for each health center. And as part of those exposure plans, a lot of work has gone into them with Charlotte Weninger, with Kathy Scott, with Judith, for safe return to the clinic. So safety is our priority. And I would also say, like, as far as screening and other things, it has gone down, and I really encourage people to still be seeing your medical professionals, because, like, although COVID is really scary, if we don't do pre-screening for certain things, like, that can be just as scary and just as harmful. So we've been preparing our clinics with appropriate signage, with physical barriers. We've been removing unnecessary equipment. We've also done teaching and increased cleaning, and we've been screening of patients for COVID-19 symptoms, and we've been wearing personal protective equipment when providing direct patient care. And again, a shout out to Kathy for all the work that she's done for all of our offices. So occupational health and safety work that she's done. She's our accreditation leave, but she quickly switched to make sure that everyone felt safe. And I saw Kathy outside, and she said, "Did you put something in there about me in your presentation?" And so there you go, Kathy. I will also say that our UBA clinic in Prince George is still providing in-person visits with safety precautions in place. Our nurses and care aides and physiotherapy are still doing work in the communities wearing PPE. And we've also, another important piece, will be working for the uptake in flu vaccines this year, as having flu and COVID-19 increases risks for individuals. So Judith will be starting a COVID-19 campaign. Another thing that we've done this year is implemented an integrated care team in Burns Lake and with Suatin First Nation. So that's in addition to teams already in place in Takala, Saikas, Yakuche, Southside, and PG. And you may say, what are integrated teams? So basically it's based on the Carrier Sekani premise of holistic care. So we always talked about we need to provide holistic care, and this really puts that into action. So it creates teams of service providers that meet on a monthly basis to discuss patients who may need additional planning in order to wrap services fully around those individuals. So it's always done with the consent of the patient, and confidentiality among providers is critical and one of our major priorities. As far as visits this year, in spite of COVID, our numbers are actually very similar to years gone by, and part of that is due to an increase in staff. So we actually had 1,000 more physician clinical visits this year over last year, and that's in-person clinical visits. While some of our other visits, so online, those numbers remained relatively the same in spite of COVID. The other thing that I should mention, and in the picture in the top there, we have have a new program at CSFS, which is physiotherapy, that we're trying to grow. And so Bonnie is pictured in the picture. She's a physiotherapist based in Burns Lake. And so the work that she's doing is largely based on the work that Robin Roots has been doing. And so demonstrated need for physiotherapy, particularly around pain management. When we talk about our opioid use strategy and other things, if you don't have other services like physiotherapy to manage people's pain, then it's pretty tough to have an opioid strategy. And so Robin, now there is a program at UNBC around physiotherapists, and so she hasn't been coming to the community as often, so we're really thankful that Bonnie's been able to carry that torch and continue those services. Jacob was also added to our team, and he's working on establishing those integrated care teams. But by training, he's also a social worker, so he's also fulfilling a social work role at the UBA clinic. And so we're thankful that we're actually adding a team around our nurse practitioners in Prince George. And Eloisa has focused on chronic disease, and she may actually start as a nurse. She has been doing some work in psychos and may actually move to that role. But we've been thankful to have her, particularly with COVID, because she has been following up with a lot of those chronic disease patients and making sure that those that are shut in are still receiving access to care. The announcement that's been alluded to a few times is the Foundry Center that we will be developing for the Burns Lake area. So Foundry is a provincial initiative with the goal of removing barriers for young people to access care. And there's currently 9 centers in British Columbia, 2 of which in the north. So one of the first sites was Prince George, and Terrace is just slowly starting to start up now. I think they don't have their permanent site yet, but have been providing some services in the Terrace area. And so what Foundry is all about, it's really reflective of the Care Sekani model of care, because it's much like I talked about with integration. It provides mental health, primary care, substance use, social services, youth and family peer support, all in one place. And so that's very similar to what Care Sekani wanted to do. So it was actually Burns Lake Band that said, hey, are you going to apply for this? And we thought, yeah, it totally matches our mandate. It's something that we should do. And so we're proud to announce that we're one of 8 new centers. There were 40 communities throughout British Columbia that applied, and we were successful. The 8 new locations were chosen after an extensive selection process that included letters of intent, proposals, interviews with independent panels made up of subject experts, so youth and family advisors, where we had interviews that both our executive, or our CEO and were part of. And then also we went down there and had additional meetings. So it was quite an extensive process. So where we are right now is we've developed a project charter. We're in the process of completing our work plan. We've developed a terms of reference for leadership tables. So the Foundry model is also premised on making sure that those in the community are part of how that service is delivered. And I should mention that this service is for all individuals in the Burns Lake area. So it will be Care Sekani as the lead agency in partnership with Foundry, providing services to all in the Burns Lake area. Currently we're looking at locations, and so one of the locations we're looking at is the old courthouse, and we're probably about 18 months away from opening. And Robert also mentioned that one of the other things we try to do in our department is find innovative ways to provide health care. And so, crazy times in February, we had our hockey tournament, and I refereed at the hockey tournament, and straight from there on Sunday flew to Vancouver to actually have the Foundry meetings. And who would have thought that that would be kind of the last time that you felt safe being on an airplane or being at a group gathering like that? So just from February to now. But we do try to find ways, like we did Hep C screening and other things at that event, try to find ways to provide care in fun and exciting ways and get the word out, much like our communications department is doing a good job of doing. The other thing that I oversee, and that has been one of Sekani Family Services' strengths, is our research department. And one of the big projects that we have on the go right now is called Strength for All. And it builds on the youth suicide project that Mary talked about, that really was kind of the guiding light around some of the culture camps and things that we have done since. And then we got feedback that, well, you need to focus on all age groups. So we did do a project around 25 to 40-year-olds, and then we thought, well, elders are also a group that we should provide services for. So in terms of getting some information from the elders, we brought in an advisory group asking them what they would like to see. And so the graphic that you can see on the screen is some of that information around services that they wanted provided. And so they said, let's make sure that it is land-based and connected to culture, connected to youth, connected to others. And so that is what we started to do, and then COVID hit. So you can see there that we have been having gatherings with our elders, doing home visits, storytelling, luncheons. We did DAC Health Pictionary. Bianca went and did tea and bannock and snacks and other traditional activities. We hosted a Batlats in Yakuche, and the feedback that I received from that was that the elders thought it was just going to be another teaching potlatch, but it was them that took it on, and they were like, wow, this is fantastic. This is exactly how we do it. We were like, yeah, that's because you took it on and did it. Very good. And so the other thing, like Bianca's been amazing. On one of her trips, she saw that somebody had shot a moose. So she texted me and said, is it okay if I help them carry this out of the bush? And so I think like we're definitely doing research in a different way, and I applaud Bianca for being part of that team and really getting her hands dirty with the projects that we are doing. Another major project that we have been working on is focused on lung health with the objectives of estimating the prevalence of COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. The other thing that when we did work with our research advisory team was that they said, we also want to see like not just that testing, but what is it that potentially is making us sick? So we also are trying to understand the relationship between pollutants and symptoms. So we've been doing home visits where we actually screen for those indoor pollutants as well as inspect for mold and other things. And that was largely driven by our advisory committee. And then we provide a questionnaire that BENA does that links results to health history. And so I just threw in there as well that one of the big things that we do is spirometry, which is a test to help a doctor diagnose chronic lung problems. We bring that right to the community and do that testing in the community. Because of COVID, and obviously because the idea now is that it's airborne, we won't be doing it this September and kind of into the fall, which was the time that we generally were doing this project. We did that partly because of, with houses, you want it to test the air quality when they're sealed or when people have their furnaces or their wood stoves going to actually be able to test carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide. But we just feel like with research, like our major principle is do no harm, and we just think the benefits of going to the community right now don't outweigh like the safety of people as far as COVID. But I will share like some of the information with you. So as far as the number of participants to date, we've had 157 people. One of the interesting stats that you can see there is that 74% have current or past tobacco use. So that, again, as far as like screening that we have in MOAS, that's something that we'll be sharing with our doctors to help screen and ask people about their smoking habits. Another one that people talked about was their exposure to dust and other things in work environments, so almost half of people have had that. And then our numbers are actually, as our population goes up, of the ones we're tested, are coming more in line with the general population, which is about 10%, 10, 11% of people experience a prevalence of COPD. We're at 15%. And then another project that we've been working on is around women's health. And Warner has really been pressing upon us the need for cancer research, and this is one of our first projects related to that. So during a PAP test, a doctor collects a sample of cells from the cervix and sends those cells to a lab to be observed under a microscope, and it will show if there's changes in the cervix cells that may look like a pre-cervical cancer or cervical cancer. And so obviously, cervical cancer is the most common cancer caused by human papillomavirus, or HPV. And with HPV, there's over 100 types, and some of these are low risk, and some of these are high risk. What we've done, based on some of the feedback that we've received around some people not being comfortable with a PAP test, have been working with Dr. Shiona Mitchell-Foster around doing self-screening. And another reason for me that this is important, particularly in times of COVID, the one slide that I did put there is PAP test volume by week. And you can see that this is provincial, but during COVID, that the numbers just dove. And so like early detection is always key. And so what this project actually does is a person collects a sample from their own vagina using a soft brush or swab. That sample is then mailed to a laboratory and is tested for the types of HPV that can cause cervical cancer. So to date, we've had 43 participants in this project, and we work closely with our primary care providers, and if individuals don't have one of our providers as one of theirs, we send those results to their primary care practitioner. So I use the word primary care. That would usually be someone's doctor or nurse practitioner, the place where they normally go for their care. So of those tests, 34 have been HPV negative, and I mentioned those different types of HPV. One of the tests has been HPV high risk positive, and another is HPV other high risk positive. And then two of our tests, sometimes, like if it's not swabbed correctly, will result in no result in the sample. So again, this is available in your communities. You can talk to your community health nurse, and we can make that test available for you. The other thing, this was supposed to be a short-term project, but one of the things that we have been able to do is actually continue it until 2022, and we've been impressing upon those that we don't necessarily like projects. We want it to be continuing, so a second proposal was written in order for us to get to 2022, and we're hoping through the results and through the results of a survey that we are doing of those who have participated, that we can make this a regular part of screening care that's available for our communities going forward. So during that time frame, we hope to recruit an additional 40 to 50 additional participants and continue community engagement. So a big part of this has been going to the communities and asking them how they'd like to proceed. And again, with this, it's for those who haven't had a PAP test previously. So we're trying to get to those who, through historical trauma or other things, are concerned about going to their doctor for such a test. Another project that is now a program at Sekani that started because of some of the research that we do is our intensive family therapeutic services, which delivers in-home counseling and crisis intervention aimed at preventing children from entering into foster care. So when we did that initial research, Mary, you'll remember that the biggest thing that people said is, we're tired of our children being removed. And so we thought we need an immediate response to doing that. So we've started this project, or program, I keep saying project for some reason, excuse me, but this program in Prince George, We now have attempted to bring it to the communities of Vanderhoof and Burns Lake. The first times we've posted for clinicians for those communities, we've been unsuccessful. I know there's a lot of work going on in the communities, but it'll be something that we definitely will work towards having these at a community level as well. So it's services that are typically 28 days in duration, and the clinician is available for support 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, providing those services. Currently, due to COVID, a lot of those services have also gone virtual, but where appropriate and where best meeting the needs, they still do meet outdoors and other places. And it's one of the programs that we are proud of because of our numbers. So we've worked with 249 we've worked with over 270 children now, and 249 of those children have remained with their parents, and 9 have remained with their family, and only 29 have been removed. So there's been huge success in this program. And finally, as far as programs that I was going to talk about today, oh, actually, I will add, one of the other things with this program is I'll go back, is those who are in immediate risk of entering care. And so we now have set up a perinatal clinician position out of our UBA clinic because we want to reach those, it's before MCFD says we're going to remove. So what Jennifer will be doing is improving access to healthcare and social services. She was part of our intensive family therapeutic services and has moved over to this position. So those who have alcohol or drug dependency, she'll be supporting those individuals. And basically it'll also support transition from hospital to community services. And the final project that I'll talk about is collaborative practices. And so this is, you'll hear a lot about carrier decision making. So families taking responsibility for themselves in making plans for their family, and that's what they try to do. So we use various models to meet the needs of the family, from family group conferences, where that's a large meeting, takes a lot of work to bring everyone together and all family that individuals identify. We did 42 of those this year. Now, interestingly, when we first started, our numbers were small. Our team has remained the same, and they've been able to do more work each year, adding different case conferences to meet the needs of our staff without really the staff increasing. So I'm really proud of this team. So other services that we do provide, family case planning conferences is a 2-hour meeting, kind of when MCFD becomes involved and you need kind of a quick get everyone together and make a plan. They do that work. We also work with youth who are transitioning out of care. We've provided 9 of those services. And then just a general prevention meeting. So anyone can refer to these services, and we want to make sure that children don't enter into care. With that, I will leave it for questions. Masai Chos Nachalia.
All right, so I'll ask if anyone in the room has any questions for Dr. Biscay. Oh,
I did get a haircut for the first time in a long while. But before that, it was actually my haircut was my let's go to the Foundry meeting and look presentable haircut.
So we have a question. What can be done to increase the use of the youth transition planning?
What can be done? So, yeah, I think just getting the word out that that is available. So, yeah, as a child and family services team, that's a service that is available to you. To youth, if you're having issues with your parents, even at home, it's something that we can provide support that way. In working with families, again, like our main goal is always keeping children out of care and creating harmony in families. So if youth are having troubles with their parents, I know when we were working with youth around developing the Foundry Center, one of the big things that they said about wanting a Foundry Center was, well, I just need that 2 hours somewhere to go before I go home just to kind of decompress and brace myself. So we know youth are going through a lot, and so yeah, absolutely we can support youth through these services.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? All right, well, we'll say thank you then. Oh, sorry? No, it was retracted. Yeah, we had a comment online, but it was retracted, so we're good. All right, thank you.
All right, Masai.
Hadi Denise Zakase Gajin Kwa Nanano Aton Tapi Hanzu. Carrie Sekani, 2006. They borrowed me for 6 weeks, and this is, I think, my 12th year. And the best memory I have is working with Warner. Warner always, he believes in the workers, and he uplifts us, and he encourages us. There's never a time that I didn't feel I didn't belong, like a work family, and I really appreciate that. So I raise my hands up to you, Warner. I love working with Carrie Sekani. It's like a little family. And working with the youth at risk and the children in care. Thank you, Mary, for giving me that opportunity as well. And also working with the communities, with the CHRs. So I have many fond memories with working with a lot of our own member nations. My greatest memories is working in the communities with our member nations. It just fills my heart. And so I give thanks to Warner again for bringing me back home. It was Perry and Warner who wanted me home, saying that I should come back to Prince George and work with our member nation. I'm one proud person to be a First Nations person working with the Carrie Sekani Family Services.
I worked there almost 18 years. I started off as Stelako at Notley first as a community health nurse. And I think I was there for a couple years when I got the offer of my life. I couldn't believe it. I thought, me, little me, you know. They said, Sarah, we're going to give you the community health nursing program development. We want you to develop that program for Carrie Sekani because they're getting funding for that, eh? I said, number one, I'm a First Nation woman from a First Nation band. I'm going to start culturally first. I'll say, I know all the protocols and policy for all the mainstream policies of the hospital healthcare system. So you know what, I'm just going to, my big job is going to be adaptation of all the First Nations culture into that policy. There may be a little bit of friction between the policy applying, but I'm going to do it anyways. And that's how I started. And I trained most of the home support workers, and again, I really put the cultural emphasis first. The other thing is I end up doing the home and community care program for about 11 years. I see Carrie Sekani has, since I started way back in 2002, I see many, many changes for the good. And I see the staff expanding. People are more, they're hiring more people with advanced education, which is really good to see. And more of our people are going into the social services program, like healthcare program. More so with social worker program. I still maintain my dad's words where, you know, you always have to have good education in order to have a good job. I still abide by his words, and I'm really encouraging all First Nations people, whether they're men or women, young men or women, to go into the healthcare professionals and healthcare careers. It's very rewarding, and it's a challenging job. I did it for 51 years, so you can do it too.
Are you awake? It's after lunch. Well, wake up music. Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Robert Doan, Director of Communications at Sekani Family Services. This is, of course, the 30th Annual General Assembly. We have a lot coming up in the next little bit, of course. I can't forget to announce this. We have two things. One, we do have a contest for those that were watching us via live stream. We have a survey that's going live on our Facebook page at 4 o'clock. So all you have to do is click on the link, and it's like maybe 5 minutes. And you will, just by filling it out, will be entered into a draw for one of 3 gift cards. So again, go to our Facebook page, 4 o'clock, fill out the survey, and you can win. One of the things, we have another announcement actually. We have these at the main table here. I did not forget, so I'm going to make sure I mention it. I got I remembered to do this. This is exciting, very exciting. We actually were to have the toolkit ready today. We're so close, so I'm going to say, I'm going to look at Jordan, like days, weeks, Jordan? Where are you? Yeah, he's hiding his face. I will say days. We have a wonderful toolkit that's coming out. I'll read this for you. The Healing the Healers 2.0 program is happy to announce that their program booklet is launching in the very near future, Jordan. The primary goal of the Healing the Healers project is to help today's elders return to health, wellness, tradition, and to help reduce the overall effects of colonization in communities. Due to the disruption of culture, many traditional healers saw an impact to their roles, but with the Healing the Healers program and its accompanying booklet, it is our hope that this crucial role is restored to what it once was. We're happy to say this is the second completed Healing the Healers program. Stay tuned for more news as we draw closer to launching this important booklet. Just go to our webpage. We'll promise we'll update you there, and we'll have a timeline out in the near future. We have a few more reports coming your way. Executive Director of Communications and Data Governance will be here in a bit. Also, we'll have a presentation on health and wellness. First, though, a report from one of the founding members of CSFS, a teacher, a community champion, Executive Director Mabel Louie, and her team.
Marilyn? So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our virtual AGA. In the booklets, there was some errors done in my report, so just disregard what is in the booklet. And the online version, I think Marlena said is going to correct it. Yep. So I have my team members here. Rhoda Hallgren has been hired as the Director of Community Health. We have Marilyn Jensen over here, the Director of Mental Health and Wellness. And Matthew Summerskill, the Director of Mobile Diabetes. And Dawn Pearson, where is she? She's hiding over there. Dawn is the Director of Early Childhood Development. So these are my team members, and there's others as well. Lorna Paul, who is office manager in Vanderhoof. So without these lovely ladies and gentlemen, our health team wouldn't be as successful as they are. So much thanks going out to my team. It's really amazing today that we're standing here before you, having a virtual AGA. We would have never thought that this type of thing would happen in our day, and it is. And I think everybody's made the most of how we have to do new business. This year is our 30th anniversary for Carrier Sekani Family Services, and out of those 30 years, I've been with the organization in different capacities for 23 years. And I have to say I got my training ground from SICAS, because SICAS, I lived there many years. They had faith in me in being able to do various positions in the band, and so a lot of my training came from Sekani. With Sekani, we've had many blessings and we've had many hardships over the years. We had a meeting not long ago and we were chuckling about when we first started at Sekani, we were called Northern Native and we only had one cell phone, and the cell phone was probably about this big, and mainly Warner had it, eh? So whoever had to travel to Vancouver had to take that. The other thing is we had to share email addresses. So we only had one email address, and I think it was Angie who used to check it every day. And I didn't know how to print, and so I used to get the girls to print it for me. I remember I was in Sekani and Jackie Thomas tried to teach me how to use a computer, and Elaine Sinclair, and I just couldn't get it. So when I started working for Sekani, I used to handwrite my letters and give it to Louise or Charlotte to type out for me. And it's one morning I get there and there's a computer sitting on my desk, and Louise and Charlotte are kind of smirking, looking. And they said, Warner sent this to you. And he said, you better start using it, and that we can't type your letters anymore. And so I took a computer course and caught on really quickly. And today I couldn't do without a computer. As we've grown, so have our communities. So now, these last few years, we have health directors in the communities. And we still, there's a lot of things that we have to do to continue to be successful. So we need the cooperation and collaboration with our health directors in the communities. One of the things that my sister taught in the video that you saw before was about education and how she became a nurse and how much my late father valued education. And so do I value education. And working here for 23, 24 years, trying to put on different capacity building initiatives for community has been a challenge. Lately, the last few years, Mary's done a social work program, and I think that's quite successful. However, we still need to continue to do the capacity building in communities. So as we age, we need more community health training for the CHRs in community, resident care aid training, the chemical addiction program, and health director training. And we need the member bands to partner with us financially or by way of support letters, and also encouraging your members to participate in the capacity building initiatives that we have. The other thing that we've done for years, right since the health program first began is having health scholarships. So what we do is provide $2,500 to health transfer community members who complete 1 year of post-secondary education. So if you complete a 4-year program, that's $10,000 in 4 years. This started, I think, way back in the days of Bob Smith when he was the health director. This year we've added 2 bursaries. We're going to have 2 nursing bursaries in collaboration with UNBC. The bursaries will be, one bursary will be called the Judy Sanford Bursary, and the other bursary will be the Sarah Hine Bursary. So we're trying to encourage our member communities to take the nursing field. I know for a fact the Nacausley band is very successful in having their homegrown nursing. They have, I think, 2 or 3 nurses right from their communities. And that's what we would like to see at Sekani. So therefore, we put these 2 bursaries together, and all of you know Sarah, you know Judy. Together, those 2 ladies probably have over 100 years of nursing experience. Rhoda will be talking more about our treatment center. And lastly, before Rhoda begins a summary of the rest of our programs, I just wanted you all to know that we have a lady in Stalaco. Her name is Trina Nusky. She needs a kidney and is looking for a donor. So please, if you can, get tested, as you might be a match for her. She has young children and really needs that donor. So thank you. And this will be my last AGA report because I'll be retiring at the end of this year. I've really had some amazing times here with Sekani and all of the communities. As I mentioned, we've also had some hardships, and we've managed to surpass that, and today we're still here, so I'm really thankful for that.
So I think there's a PowerPoint. Can start it. Denise Zakuzet Skizet, say Rhoda Hallgren Satni. I'm Rhoda Hallgren. I'm from the Lake Bevy Nation, and I belong to the Bear Clan. I've just recently become employed with Sekani Family Services, moving over from First Nations Health Authority. And I'll be providing a brief summary of the health programs on behalf of Mabel Louie, who almost made me cry because I've been working with her for a long time, so it'll be pretty difficult to not work with her. So, do I need someone else to do that, or will it work? Oh, do I point it here? There we go. Okay. So the first program on the slide is maternal child health. So the maternal child health program is available in all of the Carrier Sekani member communities. It is overseen by Erin Johnson. They offer pre and postnatal supports in the communities, and that includes medical advocacy, which is usually the most utilized service within that program. They also offer Best Beginnings, which is a program that focuses on the overall well-being of children, physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual. This program is overseen by Dawn Pearson. And this program consists of a team that works together involving speech and language pathologists, occupational therapists, rehab assistants, physiotherapists, and earlier years outreach workers. Then, okay, I'm struggling with this. Here we go. There we go. Okay, bear with me. It's Hodeyuslebeyo, which is the Indigenous Head Start program in Vanderhoof. It was funded as part of the Aboriginal Head Start Association of BC. It's the only one that Carrier Sekani offers at the moment. It offers delivery of programming for children that is holistic and culturally relevant. And it's for children, and families that are served. It's holistic, and it kind of does wraparound care for those children. It's offered by the IHS coordinator, who is Brittany Dowling Weaver. And the CPNP program is also offered out of Vanderhoof. It is overseen by Dawn Pearson. It offers a variety of services to assist women in having healthy pregnancies and a smooth transition into parenthood. It is open to both Indigenous and non-Indigenous people accessing that service in Vanderhoof. So the ASCDP program is also overseen by Dawn Pearson. And they work with children between the ages of 0 and 18 years. Usually they are that service is accessed through some of the interactions with the schools. This program is fully voluntary, and it's family-centered, and it works in partnership with families. The early years preschool is located in Vanderhoof as well. And the Children's Oral Health Initiatives is a program that is funded from First Nations Health Authority, and currently it's only with Notley, Wotton, and with Stillaten. We hope to work with First Nations Health Authority to expand the program, but right now it's only available in those two communities, as FNHA did a kind of a transition with the program. Okay. The Health and Wellness Program is overseen by Marilyn Jansen, and the program is delivered by a multidisciplinary team. Its program services are offered in reserve communities and to our off-reserve member nations that reside in Prince George, Vanderhoof, Burns Lake, and Fort St. James. Currently, an area of focus for their program is establishing community education and support services for opioid crisis. Marilyn and the members of her team, are working with primary care practitioners in an opioid steering committee to develop those strategies and how best to work with our member nations during this opioid crisis with supports and education services that meet the needs of each member nation. These are some of the other programs that are offered through the Health and Wellness Program. All services operate Monday to Friday from 8:30 to 4:30, except the Critical Incident Stress Management Program, whose goal is to be on site of a critical incident within 24 hours. These are some of the program highlights that Marilyn noted for this year. One of the successful highlights is, as Mabel referred to earlier, the new treatment center, which we've successfully acquired funding for. But they're still in talks around land acquisitions, so we're not entirely certain where it's going to be located at the moment. But it will be in our territory, so that's a really great thing. These are other program highlights that Marilyn wanted to highlight for things that have happened in this last year. Sorry, I don't read off the thing because, yeah, it's... and the Addictions Recovery Program. So this is a residential program that runs from May to October. It's a balance of traditional cultural supports and Western treatment strategies in a 28-day adult treatment program. It's offered 24 hours a day at Ormond Lake facility, which is located in Notley-Wotton territory. But during the winter months, they still offer a program that is mobile. So it's also available upon request in community. The Addictions Recovery Program highlights, so they developed and promoted a new program called Healing Spirits, which is located in Ormond Lake. Their vision was, that they had chose was Culture is Healing, and it's the guide that they use when presenting the Healing Spirits program and the Ormond Lake and in the community program. This is a program that I'm really excited that they've established. It's still in development, and the goals for this program, the goals that they've established thus far are they've hired a coordinator, a clinician, and a web developer. They've completed the first draft of the website that's been approved, and now they can further develop their website. Written consent for this site is almost completed. CSFS clinicians have earned the LGBTQ Two-Spirit certificates. The foundational research on ethics of working with adult members of the LGBTQ Two-Spirited community has been completed as well, although that is something that's ongoing because research and ethics changes, so they have to keep up with new policies. And the research on available local resources has also been completed. So that's a really exciting piece of the work that we're doing. Wellness workers. So this is wording that we've kind of changed the NADAP wording, which is National Native Alcohol and Drug Abuse Program, which has kind of negative connotations, so we've changed the wording to wellness workers. However, they still do those same duties, and they can connect both on and off reserve members, on reserve and off reserve members with programs and services designed to assist with those who wish to recover from drugs and or alcohol. So currently, I think we have a couple vacancies though, so we're hoping to hire for those positions soon. The Indian Residential School Support Program. The past fiscal year, the IRS program was able to provide cultural support work to addictions clients through storytelling, drum making, paddle painting, and rattle making. We were also able to utilize some of the Healing the Healer Elders support, the mental health and addictions programs within the IRS program. And this support is really key. Providing cultural connection to the clinical work is really very foundational to what our clients actually need in this program. And in the coming year, the IRS worker will continue to provide support for appropriate referrals to individuals and families impacted by Indian residential school and day schools, assist clients with completion and submission of the federal Indian day school class action application forms, because it can be very daunting, so they will continue to do that work. And they'll be available to support in-person and online support services in confidence, of course. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Special projects. Oh no, this is office manager. Sorry, I don't have this one. This is Lorna's program. So essentially, Lorna runs the office in Vanderhoof, but she also works with all of the various other offices that we have from Prince George to Burns Lake. She's really very adept in doing this, and we're very lucky to have her in this role. The First Nations Health Benefits Program is one of the programs she oversees, and it's now Tiffany Ketlow who does most of the paperwork for that program. Yeah, there we go. Special projects under health, this is Charlotte Alfred who oversees this project. And so it consists mostly of making sure that the agreements with the communities are up to date and ensuring that we go out to community to communicate with chief and council what is included in their agreements, and to just basically meet with leadership to ensure that we are providing service provision that they need, and to give them kind of a place to voice any concerns that they may have. We've recently just went and got 3 signs. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19 restrictions, we've had to push a lot of those meetings back. And so we're pushing to get community to meet with us by the end of September to get all of these one-year agreements signed. So this is also part of Charlotte's program. She works with all of the health managers and the newly hired health directors and community to ensure that they get their reports in on time so that it doesn't impact the dollars that flow into community. And she's, making sure that the health directors and managers know what they're doing and can kind of voice any concerns that they may have or any issues that they're coming up against relating to providing these reports and things like that. So we can offer appropriate support. This is the APLW program, which is out of Prince George. It's the only APLW the only worker that is housed under CSFS. All of the other APLWs throughout the province are housed within their respective health authorities. So, so it gives us a little bit of flexibility to make sure that this program is, the person employed in this program is gearing their support services to the needs of the community members that access the program. And I believe, okay, so I'm gonna need to wipe the microphone and get Matthew up here, but one other thing Mabel wanted me to note is that we do have Child and Youth Advocacy Program right now with Tracy Michelle is heading that up. And that program was designed to reduce stress during investigations for a more coordinated response for sexual abuse cases. And CSFS has partnered with the RCMP, MCFD, Victim Services, School District number 57, amongst other organizations around Prince George. And the goal of this is to identify an interim location to ensure that this program continues, create a joint partnership process to develop a job description for that advocate and to provide that service. And the long-term goal is for a standalone facility for those services to ensure that our member nations, people within our member nations have somewhere to go to assist during sexual abuse cases. So it's, yeah, that's underway as well. It's in the very early developmental stage though. Thank you. And, Matthew, if you want to come up, then I'll leave that there.
Denise, Sakuze, Skaize, thank you. My name is Matthew Summerskill, and I'm the Director of Mobile Diabetes at Carrier Sekani Family Services, and I'm honored to be here today to provide you this report. As Carrier Sekani celebrates 30 years, 18 of those have been with Mobile Diabetes Telemedicine Clinic. So thank you. If I think back to the time when I first came to Carrier Sekani, it was largely through a conversation with Sandra Tiji and her humor and her good nature that helped attract me to the cause. And if I think about when I first met Mabel, it was in the back room, and she rolled up her sleeve and she went, "I have a cold." But she was in a white poofy coat, and it was winter. And so thank you for your steadfast leadership over the years. The Mobile Diabetes Program provides a range of health services and follow-up and care to about 70 communities spanning over half of the province, from Fort Nelson to Haida Gwaii to our Nehemiah Valley in the south. We have an immense geography, and this past year our team recorded some of our highest output totals in our history with about 2,400 patient contacts. To put this into perspective, about 10 years ago, we had about 300 or so in a year, so we've come a long way in terms of our service delivery. The team now has about 4 to 5 nurses and endocrinologists and an ophthalmologist that comes in via telehealth, so we are really pushing the limits of our funding. So this slide gives us an idea of some of our values and our services. At the center is our belief in safe, team-based, strength-based care. By this we mean we have a belief in that everybody with diabetes has strengths and is capable of living long, healthy lives with the proper supports and the proper belief in place. It's just a matter of discovering and pulling those strengths out. We have another bubble here represented by screening and education, not just for diabetes, but for a range of health topics linked to diabetes. We talk about things like kidney health, eye health, foot health, sexual health, mental health. All these things are linked in some way. So screening helps identify those situations that may need further help through our team or through another service. I mean, obviously we're not sex therapists, et cetera, but we certainly can identify those partners that we can get people linked to some of the care they may need. Our annual visits are represented by another bubble. So visits to those 70 communities where a lot of that screening and education takes place. People remember our program and want our service back because they learn and they report feeling respected and heard. And these are important when we talk about things like cultural safety and sensitivity. Follow-up represents another one of our bubbles. So when we talk about follow-up, we never used to do follow-up call-outs, but we do now because the need is there. The challenge is that we have 70 communities, and so the need outweighs our current capacity, but we have a proposal in place that we hope can change that. Community partnerships are everything. Without these, our clinic has no basis to operate at all. And I had a picture there of an eagle in the right corner in our previous slide, and that slide represents the wisdom of our elders and our leaders who first established our program back in the early 2000s. Mabel, Sandra Tiji, Werner, and others. Again, we'd like to acknowledge Sandra Tiji. Deputy Chief, for her long-standing work and advocacy to MBTC. It's never forgotten. And again, when we look at when we look at the number of communities that we had above here, there were 70, so it represents an area about the size of France. Now, our highlight goals of the past year must always be looking at health status of people. So if we can help people attain a better health status, whether that be through a blood pressure measure, a blood sugar measure, a confidence in diabetes, then we know that we are doing the right job and we have ways of measuring this. So these are all things that we measure from appointment to appointment, and our evidence shows that we are making a difference with those we are in touch with. Telehealth has increased by more than double. This means more people are getting access to the health that they need than they were before. Holistic care is something that we take seriously. For instance, spending a good amount of time with our clients, welcoming health partners like traditional healers, massage therapists, and others, anything that contributes to the overall wellness and accessing different spheres of health. It's not just about our Western approaches. So here we have some of our diabetes nurses in action. Mark on the left there reviewing diabetes risk factors with the client, and Elizabeth making new friends with the CHR in the north. Sagar, again, reviewing with someone how to do blood sugar testing, someone who never believed they could. And again, it's a belief in the strengths of people. Not looking at diabetes as problems, but bringing out strengths within. It's a key thing we have to focus on. The future of our program must be based around more client contact. We know mobile diabetes is a proven program, so if we are to lower the risks of things like amputations and heart attacks, blindness for Indigenous people into the future, then programs like ours need more influence and they need more funding. And our funding partners must not ignore results and outcomes. Secondly, we must grow and expand with our holistic wellness partners and continue to push the agenda when it comes to access to best medications and technologies. There are amazing technologies out there when it comes to diabetes, but government and whatnot need push to fund them. And Indigenous people with diabetes should not have to settle for second best. Finally, advocacy is at the heart of what we do at Carrier Sekani. So our programs that support healthy beginnings, culture, healing, skills development, for instance, all contribute to overall health, and it is diabetes prevention in action. Masai, thank you.
Couple quick notes that Mary T.G. had asked me to mention just for future plans coming up with Carrier Sekani. So one being that Carrier Sekani is currently working on, we're in the kind of the development proposal phase of a Carrier Sekani daycare in Prince George. So we'll keep everybody updated about that. And then the other one that she wanted me to mention was the Center for Pregnant Mothers that are struggling with addiction. So kind of something similar to a Harmony House. That is also in the process of development and things like that. So just Mary wanted me to mention it for you. Thanks.
Hade jakaze maple soanjan kajin ngin be onjan ken ajo Carrier Sekani to ha platinga at then tabigizu sasai tabin gajansai. So I just addressed jakaze. Mabel is a hereditary chief. She has two big names. So I'm addressing you, Jakaze, Mabel. We met each other in high school, Prince George College. And since then, we've been friends. And, I really enjoyed my work with you. I didn't think back in the day that I was going to actually move back to Prince George, but I really thank you for taking me on as a community health manager. Um, and I know that you were with Carrie Sekani right from the beginning. So you have a huge history with Carrie Sekani. It's going to be sad for us to see you leave, but at the same time, you deserve every bit of the retirement that you'll be starting. And I wish you well, my dear. I love you. Ngasai. Take good care, and probably see each other in the bingo, because our retirement is very close. Outsa. Ngasai. Masai.
Happy retirement to Boss Lady Mabel. By Moccasin Telegraph, we heard you're finally retiring. To a well-deserved lady who started with this organization many, many moons ago, Mabel fought for funding in the name of health for the Carrie Sekani communities. Today, we see the accomplishment in the name of health for the Carrier Sekani communities. As for the boss lady, she was my supervisor when I was a social worker for the Prince George Hospital. Over the years, organizational staff supported Mabel in her endeavors. Hugs and prayers. Enjoy.
I have worked with Mabel for the last 18 years here at Carrier Sekani. I've also worked with her at the band level when she was working with SICAS as the housing coordinator back in the 80s. So I've known Mabel for quite a long time. I'm really gonna miss her around here. I'm gonna miss her funniness, her forgetfulness when she forgets stuff, and we've got to remind her. One thing I've learned from Mabel is that you have to be resilient. You have to always be advocating for people. Never look down on anyone. Always help your fellow Indigenous communities. So I hope, Mabel, that you have an awesome retirement and you keep doing what you love. I know you're going to be busy with all your grandbabies. Enjoy yourself, enjoy life, and take care. Gonna miss you, Cookie.
I've worked with Mabel for 24 years. I've learned a lot from her. One of the things I've learned from her is to be firm, to be tough, and to get the job done. Mabel left me a note one time, and she left me some NHB lotion, and it was note telling me to toughen up because I was always stressed. Anyways, Mabel, thank you for your knowledge. Thank you for the culture you've taught us all. And thank you for being the leader that you are. Because without you, our health department wouldn't flourish. Anyways, I'm gonna miss you, and wish you all the best. I know that when you leave an organization or if you leave an employment, there's never goodbyes. It's see you later. And I'm sure we'll cross each other's paths somewhere down the road. Take care, Mabel. All the best.
Well, Mabel, I have worked with you for the past 2 years, and all I can say in those 2 years is I've never counted so much toilet paper in my life. So I want to say thank you very much for that career advancement and counting skills. But all jokes aside, I can say is that I appreciate your devotion, your generosity to our communities, and those are going to be pretty big shoes to fill for our next manager. But I do wish you all the best in your retirement.
So Mabel Marie Louis. So Tasias Tabing Gasai. I'm saying, Mabel, I really love you. I love you lots. Mabel, today we honor and celebrate your retirement. All the hard work that you have done for the past 20 years, I think it is, right? 20 years? 30 years. 30. Oh, sorry, 30 years. I'm behind time. At Carrier Sekani Family Services. We all celebrate you on your retirement day. Being my only Sultas, my only sister, our dad, the late Peter Lugie Sr., taught us to make sure that we strive for better education, so that we can support ourselves with a good job. Our dad is very proud, and I'm quite sure he's applauding you from the spirit world. I can just visualize his great big smile. As a health director, you have created and sculptured a masterpiece of quality health care for our First Nations peoples in our territory. One of Mabel's traits is occasionally bouts of being very stubborn. My mom used to call her Stubber, S-T-U-B-B-O-R. My mom could never pronounce the word stubborn, so we all called her Stubber as a nickname behind her back. Stubber Mabel, you are my only sister, a great friend, a great mentor, and a great supporter. I love you, Bessie, with all my heart and soul. Mabel, my husband and I wish you a very happy and healthy retirement. Enjoy your grandchildren, your family, your friends, and your community. Our parents used to always say, be proud of who you are. Today, I am very proud of who you are. You carry our mom's Marianne Lugie, and grandmother Sarah, most honorable hereditary traditional names. I leave you with a quote from Daniel Zuckerberry. Mabel, you stay young in heart, stay kind in spirit, enjoy a happy retirement living. All my love, hugs from me. Sarah, bye.
I was wondering if Warner may be able to join us now, and he has a few words as well to share. Oh, he can still come up, Warner.
I get a phone call. I said, Mabel, oh, I better answer that. Might be emergency, family things. I didn't know, so I answered it. I said, hello, Mabel? She says, hello. Guess where I'm at? She said, I'm in Vernon. I'm lost.
Mabel, you always have a hard time finding directions.
She turned to the opposite direction that I'd given her. If I said left, she'd go right. If I say left, she'd go to the other side. So I kept thinking, oh, this is the first time I've ever noticed that. But I've heard about the stories about Mabel doing that.
Sometimes I'm riding with you. I remember so clearly when we were in Cutler Reserve and we kept coming to the same spot, and I said, Mabel, we've done this like so many times. We're back in the same spot again.
I said, oh my God. So I haul out my map on my phone. I said, just a sec, let me get back to you. I'm gonna look in the map where you're at. Where are you trying to go? So I got the address of where she wanted to go, and I looked up on the map and I phoned her back. I said, this is where you go. You make a turn here, turn there, but it's late at night, it's dark,
And so I said, let's try a different road. And even the funniest part is, like, you and I, we love bingo, right? So in Kelowna, we saved seats for Mabel and all of us, you, and then you got lost. And the bingo is just about over and you're still driving around.
So I did get a call back about 1:30. She said, I'm here, I found the place.
Don't waste your time getting lost, Mabel.
Lost. One time we were in Kelowna, I think, and she called me. She just entered Kelowna, and she kept phoning me. And an hour later, she was still lost. I said, Mabel, seriously, there's a lake there, and there's a road beside the lake. Follow that lake, and you'll get to your destination. But it took her an hour. Travis and Carol, come on up. It is quite a significant achievement that you've upheld Mabel in Carrier Sekani territory. I think I met you when I was 18. That would be about 37 years ago. It'd be the same time Chief Lugi, Maureen Lugi, was the receptionist at the Tribal Council. So I know I met Mabel in the political arena. I think both of us were elected on to the Carrier Sekani Tribal Council executive. I was at a very young age anyways, but certainly we had some really good mentors and good teachers from our elders gone before us, and you have certainly taught me quite a bit as well. Being patient and always being relaxed, and sometimes impatient too, so I get that trait from you. But you definitely had the passion to see change in our communities, and I think it started back, as people mentioned earlier, with SICAs. You were the first lady that the elders really relied upon to help them organize themselves into the first Child Welfare Committee within our territory, and from there, I think you continued to grow. Again, I think SICA's member would agree that you are their heart, that you spent a lot of time in that community to assist the Chief and Council in moving their agendas forward. I also hear that you always provided 10% of your bingo winnings to the elders at the SICA's society, which obviously shows your generosity. You were also the housing coordinator at SICA's and was behind the huge project of the multiplex. You also been a chief for your community, 1 term, or was it 2 terms? 2 terms, yes. So obviously, yeah, you've had that experience and that connection with being a technician, but also know the political landscape, which is so important for many leaders to be connected to the technical aspect that are required to make sure that some of the priorities and agendas of nations move forward. You've also had several volunteerism, board to Slenia store. I think you're still doing that. You were also instrumental in starting the BC Aboriginal Child Care Society alongside with myself as founding members. 3-year term as executive board treasurer to the Tribal Council, as I mentioned, and to Carrier Sekani Family Services. You were also a 3-year term member of the Provincial Child Care Council, appointed by the minister, and served as a year on Central Native and Interior. So definitely, you're very well-rounded in your profession, and you have made significant changes within the lives of many, many Carrier and Sekani people and nations. I think without you, it would have been that much more difficult to move the agenda, but you were always able to have people come to the table, Mabel table. and in your own way, take the time to listen to some of the concerns and help unpack some of those concerns so that we could move forward. Certainly in those days, we did not have very much resources from government. Every time there was money available, government would throw it in the middle of the table and watch us as First Nations try to get our piece of the pie. And that we've been part of too. And it wasn't an easy part to really meet the need of many, many people, but through your work and advocacy, we are at a time where we don't have to fight each other anymore. We have to look at each other as one single people from First Nations that have been interrelated for many years. Priscilla reminded me of the importance of the interrelationships we have among each other as Carrier people when you said that your grandma was from Hagwilgat. Well, I think, Mabel, you're also a derivative of the Wet'suwet'en, as I am too. My grandmother is from Morristown, so we're all interrelated, and we need to keep that in mind, and you're always reminding us of those interrelationship. You also hold a hereditary name, which you've brought back many, many of the old traditions to not only your community, but to many communities. And hence, at CSFS, we do have these teaching and learning potlatches every 4 years, and it's with people like you to guide us through those processes is what makes it successful. Certainly, you've did a lot of work in both child welfare and most recently in health. I couldn't believe the fact that you're actually going to retire. She was bugging me to retire about 2 or 3 years ago. I said, you're not ready to retire yet. But we did start at the same time, and I would suggest to all of you that she's not going to retire. We'll have her back to do special projects and to do some mentorship programming. Knowing Mabel, she'll probably get restless in 2 weeks and ask for a job back. So Mabel, Kasai, thank you very much for your help. And I'm sure you'll still continue to mentor many of the young leaders that you've already trained within your department, and even advocate for more of our people to take over these positions, because this lady behind me is also getting old.
Ms. Eva. Mabel has also been instrumental in many ways in the community. But first of all, I have to say, when I first started working for Mabel, she was the one that interviewed me. And then I came to work for CSFS for one small little contract, one small little job, and that was a cultural support worker to assist with the CHRs. That didn't last very long, because then all of a sudden she says, can you do this one little thing? Can you take care of the youth? Can you take care of the elders? Can you take care of FASD? Can you take care of the tobacco initiative? Can you do some community health programming? Can you start these cultural activities in community within a week? So it was just basically you just do it, and working for Mabel. And I remember never met a woman like this one, just formidable and tough. And I'd come to Warner's and I said, that's it, I'm done, I quit. I cannot work for this woman. She is just really, really, really tough and just would accept no BS. And Warner says, you'll get used to her. You'll get used to her. Just go with it, you'll get used to it. So I did. I got used to it and left her as soon as I could. No, I'm just kidding. But I think Mabel's heart has always been in the community, so many of her ideas, it was up to her staff, and I being one of being with her at the time. There was things like Healing the Healers that she had started, and that was really for the healers to reclaim their rightful roles as elders in community, and they themselves become healers. She oversaw that program. I think now that we have the Healing the Healers 2.0, all of this is some, Mabel's envisioning what she wanted for the best for a community. I do know that Mabel is really, in many cases, most oftentimes, the face of the executive. So while we're out busy doing the work, Mabel always takes the time to go to community to find out what they're saying. She's the one that goes to meet with chief and council, usually on behalf of the executive. She's also, I think, when you look at where we're at, situated even with our research department, when I first started, that was one of the things that both Mabel and Warner said, oh, Mary, you're going to be going out to all these sessions throughout BC to say that we can take care of our own health research. And that was phenomenal, because now all the research hubs that are for Aboriginal health, from SFU to UVic to UNBC, came from that work that we did, that Mabel and Warner envisioned. So now the universities that have a piece of the Aboriginal research pie when it comes to health came from the advocacy and the push from CSFS, and Mabel, of course, instrumental in that. Also very instrumental, Mabel, like nobody can say no to this woman, but we ended up going to, before the First Nations Health Authority was established, there was the plan to have First Nations services go to the province, not to a First Nations entity. So Mabel, of course, drags me along, Mabel and Warner, go to this meeting. So we went to this meeting in Tsewatooth, and that was when the decisions were going to be made. Dr. Evan Adams was there, the First Nations Leadership Council, Ed John was there, like everybody that was going to make the decisions. Of course, Doug Kelly was there. And Mabel and I come in, and it felt like the decision was already being made. But Mabel said, no, Mary, you're going to go up there and speak. So she said, this is what we're going to say and this is what we're going to do. So we said, absolutely not will we have health services be transferred to the province. It has to be transferred to our people, much like we're fighting for in child and family. So we were able, lobbying the floor, to get a resolution that that meeting would be now held in the north, because we said you did not consult enough. So we were able to get that big meeting in the north, and we were able to stop the health transfer to go to the province, and then that was starting the work of the First Nations Health Authority. So it's her tenacity and that thing that really scared me when I first started working for her, the strength and the perseverance. That's how many things started within not only CSFS, but in the province of BC. She also was instrumental in the CEDAR project, which is the only study of its kind anywhere in the world that links an impact of residential school, and we can actually study that. So that was amazing, because from that, we ended up with the HIV/AIDS task force. Again, that was something that Mabel believed in, and she said, Mary, you need to do this. So we're the ones that started the HIV/AIDS Northern, the task force and the strategy. Also a leader in early childhood development. As Warner said, she was at BC ACTS for many years. She also, of course, the Aboriginal patient liaison, the cultural support work that we do now. This was all from Mabel because of who she is as a hereditary chief, but as a mother and as a visionary and as a leader. I think that the strongest thing I think what we all learned from Mabel, though, is how to stand strong in the face of adversity, how to stand strong as a woman when there's challenges. She's taught us so much. She's shared her knowledge when it comes to potlatch. She's been a mentor to me. She's been, in many cases, because I can't always be with my mother, like my best friend. She's held me up when I didn't even think I could breathe. And that's what she's done. She's been so strong for so long that you forget that she is also just a woman. I can't say just a woman, but she's also, you know, she has had her challenges and is going through challenges right now, Mabel, and I want you to know that we're all with you, and that we'll never let you go. You'll always be part of the family. And I want to thank you for all the knowledge and for the love and the support and the mentorship and the guidance that you've provided to me personally. I know that I would not be up here without you. You've done so much for all of us, staff, and you've done so much for Indigenous women across Canada. So thank you, Mabel, and even though you think you're leaving us, I know that I'm already telling you that you're going to come work for me so I could be your boss one day. Thank you, Mabel, and I love you.
You know, when the video was on with Barbie and Sarah, I was thinking, oh, so I wasn't the only one that she called. Apparently she called many, many people in this organization, because I also got those late night phone calls. I'm on Gordon Drive in Kelowna, and I'm not sure where I'm going. Could you help me? Or I'm on the south side, and I think I can get across without going across the ferry. Do you know the back road? And so, yeah, Mabel, your story is out now in that regard. You know, Mabel spoke about education. And I remember when, it's 20 years ago, and Mabel told the story today about getting her first computer. And I remember that time. I remember the brick, the cell phone that we shared in the office. And as I came into the organization, there was this sense from Mabel that she could be a really good mentor for me. I'm not First Nations, but there was this, Mabel was always that person that passed the culture to me, and I really, really appreciated that from you. Thank you. And then going the other way, a lot of people are scared by the financial numbers. They don't understand them, and so they take a real back seat and they just sort of walk away from them. And Mabel never did that. She marched into my office and said, I don't understand this. I need you to teach me. And of all the people in this organization today, She's the person who can make those financial decisions. She can look at a set of financial statements, she can read them, she can understand them, and she makes good decisions for your community. So Mabel, thank you for being the student and the teacher. I really, really have enjoyed my years with you.
Mabel, when we talk about carrier culture, we talk about knowledge holders, and really that's what you have been to this organization. So I know for me, each time going into a meeting, I'm able to say, Mabel, what's the history on this? And you'll give me that history. And so then I have a better understanding of what we're trying to do. And then on the flip side, each time I get it wrong with where accreditation or other things started, you would give me heck about, you're forgetting where primary care started. You're forgetting where accreditation started. Don't you remember ARP, Travis? Things like that. And then as well, the big thing for me has always been going into meetings with FNHA, and everyone's talked about your strength in those meetings. And I always felt like we were doing good cop, bad cop, because I would try to be nice, and you would come at FNHA, and I thought, Mabel, are we doing this on purpose, that it's good cop, bad cop? But I mean, that to me will be the thing that I will miss, those meetings where I had your support, especially when you're on my side and things. So for that, I do say thank you, and thank you from my family as well. Like, my daughters have grown up within this organization, and some of the leadership here that has welcomed them in. I really need to say thank you for that, Masai.
There's not much that I can say that hasn't been said. I'll just say a couple quick things. I'll never forget one of my first meetings, actually, where we were all there, and someone said, "Where's Mabel?" And we're all looking around, and Warner said, "Marlena, go look for her. She's probably lost." That's one of my introductions. But Mabel, just to echo some of the things that have been said, you truly have been a teacher in so many ways of how to be a strong woman, really. So many times you'll tell me, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? Or you'll start telling me a story. We'll be talking about a problem, and she'll start telling me a story. And she's told me it a few times, and I think, oh, I better just listen, because there's something in here for me. Thank you, Mabel. You have truly been like a mother as well to me. And we're going to miss you, but we're also going to be chasing you around. We love you.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much, everyone. I think we'll probably just take 5 minutes. I asked if she of course, she's going to soak it all in, so maybe we can take 5 minutes, I guess, and we'll come right back. You were in tomorrow, though, right? Just to make sure, right? This was the last day. Just kidding. All right, so we'll take 5 minutes. We'll be back, and after that, we'll have a report from the Executive Director of Communications and Data Governance. That's Marlena Mann's report. And, of course, our final presentation of the day after that. Okay. Oh. Okay, welcome back everybody to Sekani Family Services 30th Annual General Assembly. I do recognize, I think there was a question or two for the last presentation. If you don't mind, if you have any questions, email those questions to communications@csfs.org. We'll also collect any outstanding questions and we'll try to get answers for those after the assembly. We're a little behind, but we're going to catch up here. Our next report comes from our Executive Director of Communications and Data Governance. If Marlena can join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Sekuze Skyze, I'd like to acknowledge all of the hereditary chiefs that are with us today and watching. As Robert said, I'm Marlena, the Executive Director of Communications and Data Governance. So excited to be here celebrating our 30th year anniversary. I've been with the organization for almost half of that time, which seems like a long time, and to think about that being double is just such a rich history of such good work. I'm so excited to be a part of it. I think when I think about my experience at Sekani Family Services, I feel like I've just learned so much from so many wonderful leaders, and I just feel so proud and blessed to be able to stand with them and do the wonderful work that we do. I'd like to start by talking a little bit about our communications program. So with that, we'll switch to the PowerPoint here. This is our communications team. We have our director, Robert, at the top there. And then right beside him, we have Mick. And at the bottom, Jordan and Autumn. I just want to pause for a second here and take my hat off to these fine people. Of course, in an environment that we're working in now, in COVID, this AGA had to be amended very much so from previous years, and this team has been working almost around the clock for at least the last month plus to be able to put together all of the content and the presentations and everything to make this day a reality. So I'd just like to ask that everyone give them a big round of applause. They have worked so hard. And I think they've done a wonderful job. Thank you, you guys. So one of the goals that we reported on last year was that we had some work to do around internal communications. The organization is big, it's growing, and of course it's spread out among many different communities as well as offices, etc. So one of the things that we really worked hard on last year was implementing a strategy. In order to put the strategy together, we did an audit to build a baseline from our staff as to what their needs were. And from that, we put together a plan. So part of that plan was to use Zoom more. And my goodness, have we ever. Of course, at that time, we were not in a COVID environment, but wow. So we are using Zoom all the time now, and we've also started using it for all staff meetings on Zoom, which we had one so far. It was very well received, and we have another one that's been booked for a few weeks from now. We also have a few other goals that came from that audit were to use the staff meetings better to share information, so making sure that all of the managers have information that they need to share with their staff, because the staff all noted that as a preference. We also have an opportunity for all of our staff to make sure that all of our staff rather know what our strategic goals are. I think at the management level, we know very well, but a lot of the line staff aren't aware. So that's something that we really are excited to be working on. The power of, you think about all of us, however many of us there are, paddling in the same direction, how powerful that is and how quickly we can get goals completed. We also are going to be working on a staff recognizance award for basically recognizing the hard work of our staff as well as when they are doing things that exemplify our organizational values. And we are going to be revamping the communications committee. Of course, with COVID, communications has played a huge part in sharing information and ensuring that people knew how to access programming, etc. So we did get bumped back a little bit, but after the AGA here, we're excited to get working on our goals again. We also last year put together updated branding guidelines and some email subject guidelines to help us be able to find information more quickly, and we are excited to be rolling that training out very soon. And lastly, on internal communications, we have embarked on an intranet project, which is basically an internal-facing website. It'll have program information, access to documents, access to training documents and videos, forms, a staff directory, links, and an interactive communications platform so that people can interact with each other in an informal way, look for help, share information to reduce the amount of use dependency on email, because right now we have a lot of dependency on email. For community communications, we also, as most of you know, every year we do an external audit, usually in February. We this year had 179 community members respond, so thank you so much for that input. It's so important to us to have an idea of what it is that you guys need from us to be able to give you what you need in a way that works best for you. So the information that we got from that survey was that the most important way of communication is for those staff-to-staff interactions that community members have with our staff, as well as larger meetings like the one that we're having today. We got some feedback that people wanted to have the Goozy newsletter come out more often. So we've gone from a quarterly newsletter to having it come out every other month. We got some feedback that people want to have more community engagement and also want to know more about the community engagement that we are already doing, which is already happening, but there's definitely an opportunity to communicate more about that. So we're going to be involved in making sure that we're a part of the follow-up for all community engagement moving forward. And we also had some input to have our own curated content, which of course, now that we have a full team, we're able to put together videos and do a better job of sharing stories, the stories from our nations that are important to everyone to hear about. If anyone's interested in the statistics, I usually share those at this meeting, but just in the interest of time, you can download our annual report at our website. Again, that's www.csfs.org. If you go to About Us, and you can drop down and find our annual reports there. So you can, any of the reports that you want to know more about, please download the booklet and have a look at the full reports from all of our programs. And we, of course, always encourage people to connect with us. So, of course, we are on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we are on YouTube, like we are right now, and we're also on LinkedIn, which is something that we've just done recently. In the past year, we've been working really hard with the Human Resources Department to have a presence on LinkedIn and showcase the wonderful work that we do, and also give an opportunity to people who are looking for work to be able to connect with us that way, and so to do some recruitment work. We love it when people are having community events and want us to be there to provide coverage. We love it. If there's cultural events that are appropriate to be shared, we love to get invited. So please, please, if anyone ever wants us to come to anything, we love it. Please just email us at communications@csfs.org. We also welcome guest writers. So if there's anyone out there who has an interest in writing, we would love to hear from you. So please reach out to us. And I also encourage everyone to visit our website and sign up for our newsletter if you haven't already. And then I will move to our information tech team. Very pleased this year to welcome Phil, who you'll see at the top of the screen there to the left. Phil joined us from Ontario. He has a wealth of knowledge around all things IT and has a huge amount of passion around data governance. The IT team maintains all of our computers, of course, our telephone resources, which is new. I'll talk a little bit more about that shortly. Security and privacy around data and information. This includes, of course, our wide area network, our local area networks, cell phone support, server and workstation support, end user support, which means our staff, and most recently our VoIP phone system. And I have to, again, take my hat off to the IT team. Again, with the impacts of COVID, not everyone, many people are working from home and needed to be connected remotely, and the IT team was able to get everyone connected. So some of the projects that they've been working on over the past year have been to revamp our contract with TELUS, update our servers, change the workflow a little bit so that they can do, of course, user support, but also make room for projects. Provide training to all of our staff to protect privacy and security. Updates to our internet connectivity and the VoIP project. And the VoIP project means Voice over Internet Protocol. And basically what it means is that we now have our telephone system run over the internet. The phase 1 of that project is complete. We have all of the units installed on the desks for people to use. And there's lots of new phone features coming that you can't get with a normal telephone system, a wired telephone system. So people, for example, can get their calls forwarded to their cell phones. They can have their messages transferred to text and texted to them. There's all kinds of features. You can use your phone and your computer as a fax machine. All kinds of features that you can't do with a line telephone system. So we're super happy to be rolling that out and have the first phase completed. With data governance, this is a brand new program, something that has already had some work happen on it, but more to come. Really, it's about the information systems and data they generate, which are the tools of governance. As we all know, historically, data has been used to control and colonize. And so looking to create our own data and use that data to empower nations. As Mary talked about, really enabling us to be able to predict where issues are going to be so that we can focus on being ahead of the ball, so to speak. So really looking at who, what, and how, when, and why of data to ensure that security and compliance is there, but also to extract value to be able to empower us to fulfill our mission, vision, and goals. So we're going to be taking a good look at the data that we currently keep and additional data that's needed, as well as the systems that we use currently. So really looking at those wellness factors and to be able to see what's going well and where we need to make sure that we're providing support. So this work, as I said, started a while ago. A gap analysis was completed a year or so back to really look at where we currently have data that we could use to tell us where indicators are of wellness, et cetera, and where the gaps are. Phil has been working on the inoperability of our various data systems, and we are going to be working with Chief and Council on providing them with reports that really meet their needs. So what kind of information do they need from us? How often? What's the best way for us to give you that information? So I'm looking forward to working on those things. I want to talk a little bit as well about privacy. Of course, at Sekani Family Services, privacy and confidentiality is hugely important to us. All of our staff get training on privacy when they join the organization. We also, of course, all have signed oaths of confidentiality. And we really strive to make sure that people know that it's everyone's right to know who has access to client information, what it's being used for, how it's being used, and how your information is being shared. And if anyone ever has questions about privacy or has concerns about privacy, We really encourage everyone to send messages to privacy@csfs.org, or of course I can be called directly as well. My office is at the 4th Avenue office in Prince George. I'll talk a little bit now about the No Gana training program, the carrier culture training. I am very, very pleased to be able to work with these lovely women, Barbie Scaling, Diana Mold, Sarah Hine, and new to our team is Autumn Van Conant. And Barbie has a traditional name, Yahali, and she wanted me to remind everyone that she is a little frog, the cute ones. So this training is provided to all CSFS staff, and we also provide it as on a fee per seat basis to community partners. We have never been able to secure funding to be able to provide this training to people, so we supplement our cost by providing it to community partners who pay per seat and enable us to run it. The target group for this training is really for settlers, but we welcome everyone. The blend of having Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people in the room, it makes for a great platform for people to be able to really learn the skills from a variety of voices and experiences. And really, I guess, set the foundation for conversations about reconciliation, because I think a lot of times non-Indigenous people, when they don't understand the worldview of Indigenous people, they can't hear them. And so this is really about enabling people to be able to hear and to be able to understand and be able to understand what happened historically, how it has rolled out today, and what we need to do as service providers to be able to provide really culturally relevant and supportive services. And sorry guys, I mixed up my pages. I guess the only other thing I can add to this, because I've lost my notes, is that we really encourage community partners to reach out with us if this training is interesting to you. We've been able to provide it to many, many different professionals in the Prince George community and beyond. We've had lots of individual sessions, and we're totally happy to do that. Most recently, we're working with the University of British Columbia to provide the training through Zoom to some of our doctors. And we're also working on getting the program accredited so that doctors can get credits for taking the training. So we're super excited about that, and anyone who is interested in having discussions about that, please reach out to us at culturetraining@csfs.org, and we would be happy to have those conversations with you. And that adaptation to Zoom, we're not going to be able to adapt the whole program to Zoom, but a lot of it we will, and we're really looking forward to rolling that out to our staff again, because of course it's been put on hold for the last few months, but we're going to be running a pilot of it here next month, and then from there we're looking forward to being able to share it more widely again. And that concludes my report. I just actually want to add one little thing though, if I may, while the logo is up. We had a question on our Facebook page about what our logo stands for. So it's the mother bear with the baby on her back, which represents our role in caring for children, and the helping hands are the staff and the board of directors and the people who work to support families. And so I have to say, it has been it is my great honor to be one of those helping hands. That logo means a lot to me. And Larry Rosso, the late Larry Rosso from Lake Babine Nation, was the artist. So with that, I will turn it over to see if there are any questions.
Before I open it up to the floor, I would like to just mention again to our online audience, if you have a question for Marlena about data governance or the comms team or the cultural training, please feel free to comment on the live stream, which is on YouTube. If anyone in the room does have a question, please raise your hand and I will come over to you with the microphone and you can ask Marlena about anything you would like. We did have one comment on the live stream. It was William Plasway. He just clapped his hands. Round of applause for the comms team.
Yay.
Thank you, Wilf.
Well, thank you.
Jackie says thank you for clarifying the meaning of the logo. She was also provided with a link on our csfs.org webpage, which explains that in a little more detail. So if anyone else is interested, you can find the information there.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, trying to avoid the feedback there. Thank you, Marlena. Of course, we have one more presentation before we wrap things up. But I did want to share one of the fun things about communications is you get to create content. And one of the unique partnerships that came about kind of because of COVID is the community kitchen needed some assistance. And we kind of came up with this neat, we'll say, partnership. The maternal child health program offers services to families with children aged 0 to 6 and those who are expecting. The program offers services in Sycus, Vanderhoof, Notley, Fraser Lake, Takla, Kuche, Fort St. James, and Prince George. And you may have seen our community kitchen production online. It basically helps teach recipes thanks to the help of CSFS staff. And we have a little piece here just to show you some more.
So our community kitchen was going out to the communities on a once a month basis. And that just looked like putting together a recipe with the participants. And then COVID hit. So it definitely put a wrench in kind of the way that we were able to provide services to the community. I really didn't want to lose that connection, and cooking for us has been one of the best ways to get to know and build those relationships with our community members. So we kind of came up with the idea that we would basically put on a cooking show and try to engage with our clients in a different way.
So what we've offered is we put together a package of all the ingredients for the recipe, and that includes, you know, the oil, the sugar, all the spices. Everything is there in a bag, and we deliver it to our families.
This is just what we do every week. I'll see you up there.
And then there's the video that shows them how, and we have a printed out recipe for them. And so they're able to make it with their families, with their kids, getting involved. It's really valuable, and that's what we're excited about. And so we've been kind of willing to learn how to do the filming, try out new recipes, go out of our comfort zone because we see the value in what it is that the program offers.
Hey, I'm Sarah, one of the maternal child health workers. I'm here behind the scenes at Stillaton Health Centre in their lovely kitchen. And today is one of our filming days for Virtual Community Kitchen. Today, both Roxanne and Rachel are filming recipes so we can get two done in one day. Roxanne is going to make a soup, so she's just doing some prep work now for the video.
It has been like a great thing for our whole team. It's really been a good bonding experience over the Virtual Community Kitchen. I feel like we have worked as a team really well, but overall this is just a really great program.
Go team! This kitchen's really good because you can see real big and we can socially distance very well, so no masks required.
Yeah, this is so easy.
3, 2, 1.
Hello there.
What it's allowed us is to have positive interactions every week. So it's not just interactions when people are struggling or whatever, that it's ongoing. They're happy to see us. So that's been really excellent for relationship building.
3, 2, 1. Hello, welcome to another episode of Virtual Community Kitchen.
Hi, my name's Keisha and I'm from Lake Babby Nation. I like being involved and learn new things every Friday.
I always feel nervous before we do this, but it's good.
And the feedback has been really positive, where people are saying we've made recipes that we've never tried before.
Hi, I'm Denise Lowley. This is Brian Waite.
Hi.
I would like to thank Community Kitchen for the food that they bring so we could show recipes and stuff. And thank you for the excellent food and recipes that you give us every
And
week.
support.
And support.
Yes.
I've really enjoyed Virtual Community Kitchen so far. It's been really great to, especially with the whole COVID situation, it's been so nice to have something to maybe break through a little bit of the isolation that people are facing. A lot of our clients have said that their kids have enjoyed making the new recipes and enjoyed tasting new things.
I was able to get a lot of cooking skills. I was able to enhance what I already had. I was really thankful that they were able to deliver the food right to you. It was fresh. It was something that I would definitely want to do again. And if anybody hasn't done the community kitchen, I suggest to do it. Get on it.
3, 2, 1. Hi, I'm Rachel Malcolm. I'm a maternal child health worker with Sekani Family Services.
Pros. It's a wonderful program. And Community Kitchen, it comes out weekly on our Facebook channel. And we actually have been starting to put them on the YouTube channel as well, like kind of an encore presentation. So if you'd like to share them or use them, if you're in community, say, hey, you know, like they can be continually used as resources. So please feel free to check them out. Also, if you have any other kind of neat, novel ideas, especially in this COVID environment, and would like to maybe make that kind of a reality with our help, we'd be more than pleased to help you. Again, it's kind of, feel free to reach out to myself, Mick, or the communications team. At this time, I would like to invite Councillor Tanis Reynolds up. I'll got some stuff here for you, but in the meantime, I'll read your bio. Councillor Reynolds has been representing Stilatsin as a board of director for the past 10 years. She's from the Caribou clan. She's worked for the College of New Caledonia in the communities of Sycus and Notley. From 2017 to 2020, she's been a lecturer for UNBC and holds a Master's of Arts in First Nation Studies. And her talk today is on health and wellness, and she joins me now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really happy to be here, and first of all, I definitely want to say congratulations to Mabel on all her hard work and her being able to take some retirement and some time off and having all of your work to acknowledge today. I just want to say congratulations on behalf of the Stilatden First Nation, and I'm sure also Chief Maureen Luggy would also extend her thanks to you for all your hard work from the Wet'suwet'en First Nation especially. So today I really was touched by all of the presentations. I really believe in healing narratives. One of my teachers taught me about healing narratives many years ago, Fire Jean Graveline, and she is a two-spirited woman, and she taught me about sharing and how much healing that sharing brings to ourselves and how much that brings to everyone else as who you're sharing with, because it brings back our own narratives. And thinking about all of the elders, I remember Selena John as an elder and her talking to my grandmother, and she would go around and talk to all the elders, and she would be the one to go up and be a voice for people because she was such a strong lady. So it's good to think about those elders and thinking about my own grandmother and all the time I spent with her and all of the times we had discussions about everything, because I was with her when I was going to school, so I'd be able to be researching something and I'd be able to go and talk to her about it, and then we'd just have a conversation about it. And those are things that you can do that bring healing and bring things into perspective. So some of the things that I wanted to talk about for health is the importance of healing and the importance of being committed to healing. the importance of cleansing. My grandmother used to tell me to lie down by the river with your feet against the current and let the current flow and let things go, let the things that are bothering you and all of that, you have to let it go, and you have to do that cleansing all the time. And so many things in our culture is about cleansing. The tzezel that you have with spruce boughs, that you have with anything like that, it's all about cleansing. And so our ancestors believed in that, and I remember my grandmother doing the smudge with the spruce bough as well, to burn the spruce boughs and to smudge with it and then burn that, and even to have spruce boughs when you're cleansing, to have it there to help you get rid of some people might call it negative energy or bad spirits or anything, whatever you might call it. That baggage, one of my friends tells me sometimes, I don't know what to say, Tanis, but sometimes you got to take the garbage out. And I'm like, yes, I do. So I practice that cleansing, and a lot of my friends work with me in different ways in their cultures too, as different indigenous people. We share that knowledge of cleansing and how important that is to our people, and especially during these times, we have to remember to be healthy and to practice our culture, and you really have to practice that culture to really know it and to really be involved. So as a board of directors for CSFS, it's been a very interesting time, and I've learned a lot, and I can say that everyone as a board of directors, we don't do any of the work, but we're here to represent the communities, and I'm really honored to be a part of that in our discussions, and when we listen to the reports and when we talk about it. Everybody's there to represent their community and advocate and to try and make things better. Like, everybody tries their best to be as informative and supportive and tries to share as much as they can to make things better, really from a genuine place. And it's not always easy, and but we still do it because we really do care about our communities. And Warner and Mary and Mabel and all of these people have to listen to us and put up with us too. But it's kind of funny how it works. Sometimes you have to have those challenging conversations, and you have to really keep at it to try and advocate for your community, try and get services in the community. And it doesn't only happen here, because then they have to go to the health authority, they have to go to governments, and they have to try and make things happen from that place. So we have so many levels of health and services and wellness that needs to happen for our people. And the community is the most important. During these times, it is so hard, culturally speaking. It's so hard for us during this time. We've lost so many loved ones in our community, and when my grandmother passed away, I had people in my community come to me and hold me and pray for me and stay with me and sing with me, and just so much incredible support. And we can't be there for each other right now like that. We can't. My heart goes out to all the families, all the people who've lost loved ones, because things aren't the same right now, and it's not easy for us either. So just virtually, I just want to send out love and hugs for everyone, everyone who is dealing with maybe any kind of illness or anything that they're struggling through, or any kind of grief. That is so important for us to be there for each other, and we just can't be there for each other the way we usually are naturally, because even in our communities, like Warner said earlier, we have all these connections. And we have all these connections generations and generations and generations back. And that's what is really truly in our hearts. You know, sure, there's lateral violence, there's a lot of things that happen, you know, that is a struggle for our communities, but when it comes right down to it, we're there for each other. When, you know, many years back, my nephew was only 2 years old and he was diagnosed with cancer, and he had to go through several treatments, and people from everywhere came out and supported our family, like everywhere. And our people are like that. When somebody is struggling in one area, there's people like just coming out of the woodwork, trying to raise money, trying to help them, trying to support them, and like those are the real strengths that I see in our people and our communities. And I always remember that, how important that is to support each other, and to remember that when things come down to it, we're really there for each other and we're strong for each other. So I think this has been an interesting time to reflect on what kind of world we're living in right now. We've had many reports over the last few years. There's many big changes happening. People are looking at traditional laws, and people are looking at how culture and language is the answer to everything, pretty much. Because in all the meetings that I've been to all over the place, we're talking about culture and language is always the answer. And it's that the colonization is inevitable. It's impacted us all in many different ways, and some people may think that it hasn't impacted them, but it has. And we all have our own stories, even from all of the things that the government did, but yet in our communities, each one of us has our own personal story and our own family history of what happened. And we have our own elders who've told us stories to warn us about what happened. You know, like I remember as a child, my grandmother telling me to watch the TV and talk like those people there on the TV, because she didn't want me to go into school speaking our language. She didn't want me to even have an accent, because her children all went to residential school and they were abused for speaking their language. So that's the reality that we're living with. So everybody's working to bring back the language, bring back the culture on so many different levels, and there's so many big changes that are going to happen. Because what they are talking about worldview, the worldview that I grew up with as a child, I was really gifted, spiritually gifted as a child, and when I went into school, it was gone. Like, you know, all of the things that I was taught as a child, as soon as I went to school, I knew that I was in a different world. I knew that most of the people who I went to school with did not believe in what I believed and what my people believed, you know. So we all have those experiences when you know there's probably a time in most of our lives when it's clear to us, when we go into the educational system, this isn't our world. Sometimes it might feel like you don't belong there. And that still happens to our children today. And so what some people talk about, indigenization, because change has to happen in a big way everywhere, not only here, but in our communities, in our schools. Our language and our culture has to be accepted on a big level to change the consciousness of people that there is actually some really important things in our culture. There's some really important things in our language, and it cannot be ignored anymore or suppressed, and we are allowed to do this freely now. And we've always practiced our language and culture, but it's always been at resistance. It's been at a level of resistance. So when we change the world, when this happens, when everything starts changing, it's not only going to be happening here, it's going to be happening in our communities everywhere at all levels. And some people talk to me when we're talking about the changes in law, having the hereditary systems involved, having the culture involved, and some people, I was even scared talking about it, and I was talking to a colleague of mine, and I said, I don't even know if this is the right thing to do myself. And he said, you know, if you guys take over the government and you have your own government system, it's got to be better than the one we're living under right now. And I said, yeah, you know what, you have a point there, because our governing systems, our laws is not going to be that bad, you know. It's our people being involved. Sure, it's not going to be perfect, and it's going to take a lot of work, but having this cultural and having our traditional laws, I don't know, you know, for me growing up, the thing that always saved me was my traditional knowledge from my elders, the culture. That's what I always came back to help me. So I really believe it's going to be a great thing in the future, and I really believe that we're not only going to change things for us here and our people in our communities, but we're going to change things at a national level and at a worldwide level, because in many ways we already are, you know. In many ways, look at all of the activists. Look, all of our people are the ones who have been out there protesting and resisting the damage to the environment, and the people in our community have been doing that for years and years and years. They've been concerned about fishing and hunting and berries and medicines and everything that's important to us, because that is our connection to our territory for years and years and years. We have a story in our community about one of the mountains, and that's the Mouse Mountain, and it's about two women who were on their moon time, and they outsmarted a cannibal and were able to save themselves. And it's a way of teaching us about women during that time, when they're going to be able to create, they're going to be able to be mothers, that how powerful they are. And so in many of our cultures, that is a time where women, you know, they're allowed to, we're always working, but we're allowed to kind of not be involved as much, because it's not because we might harm, well, it's because we're powerful during that time. So during that time, traditionally, sometimes you don't go out, you don't go in the public, and you kind of stay back a little bit, and you learn how to do things with other women, with older women. And then my grandmother told me at the start, because I was, when I was younger, and then, well, not that much younger, but I was with my grandmother, and she was telling me that I had to come help her with something, and I was like, no, Grandma, you know, it's that time, I can't do anything right now. And she's like, oh, you're old enough already, it doesn't matter. So she said it's more important when you're really young, for the really young women, when that's their very, very powerful time for them. And then when they're older and that time is coming to an end for them, that's when they're truly powerful. And we lost that over the years. We lost that respect for the women's power, for the power that the Creator gave us to have children, to be mothers, to understand that motherly love. And it happened through colonization, through residential schools, and through patriarchy, because the The colonizing society was a patriarchal society, and their women fought to have rights in our lifetime. And their women are still fighting to have equality and rights. And our women, our society was a matrilineal society, and it was flipped on its head because our women did have equality. They did have the right to be leaders. They did have the right to pack a moose, like Priscilla said earlier. Women had that right to do that, to be strong and to have traditional names. But that was taken away, and it was frowned upon, and people tried so hard to make our women beneath them. People tried so hard to put down our women over the years, and some people got quite comfortable with that, and it was so it was ingrained so much into our society by the residential schools, by the churches, by the patriarchy. It was so ingrained into our society that we even believe it still to this day. And it's not, I'm not trying to hurt anyone or say that anyone is bad for that. It's just something that happened to our society, and we have to bring women back into that position of honor. We have to bring our mothers back into that position of honor, and we have to understand. I'm not saying that men are all against women or anything like that, but I'm saying it has to be acknowledged. This happened through colonization. Their society, the colonizing society, knows it's wrong, what they did to themselves. We have to recognize that it's wrong, that it was brought into our world as well. So these are the kind of like big changes that have to happen. They have to happen in our community, and we have to consciously make that decision. Am I gonna think that this person can't do something because they're a woman, or because they're a man, or anything like that? We might think that we're to a level where that's not happening anymore, but it's not true. You know, I've talked to a lot of women who are in leadership, and I've seen it and witnessed it for myself, the amount of strength that it takes a woman to have to defend themselves and stand up for themselves constantly, to prove themselves twice as much, 3 times as much, 4 times as much as they should, because people don't think that maybe they should be a leader for their community or whatever it might be. So that is just one example of how something can change your world, can change your society, how it can impact so many areas of our lives and our communities, and how we have to take our own laws, we have to take our culture, and we have to change it. We have to change it back to a place where we think it should be, where we think that it'll be good for our children. Because that's all that really matters in our work. All that really matters is the children and the future generations. So when a lot of women who are really fighting to be resistant against climate change, they're the ones that they're still out there, and my heart goes out to them. They're really fighting, but we all know it's our culture. We all know it's our culture to protect the environment. We all know our traditional territories are important. And, you know, the government is starting to commit money to climate change now, but that is something that we should be involved in too. That is something that Indigenous people all across Canada have to be involved in, because we're the ones who care about our traditional territories. We're the ones who care about our land, and we're the ones who need our children to be fishing in the future. We're the ones who need our children to be hunting in the future. We need our children to be able to practice their culture in the future. So all of these things are changing, but we have we have to own it, and we have to make sure that we make it clear that this is our culture. This is what we want in our territory. This is what we're going to accept. This is what's going to be our standard. So there's a lot of things that we have to think about. And even though whether I have differences with anyone or anything like that, or whether I'm not sure if a traditional law is right or wrong, or I'm not sure if these are some of the things that come to me, is I'm not sure about this leader or that leader, whatever it might be, if I don't believe in our own traditional laws and our own culture, then I'm just taking on the role of the colonizer. I'm just taking on that role of thinking that we're not good enough. And I really loved what Marie Sinclair said earlier today, because that is so true. You know, whether I'm at a meeting or if I'm happy or not with what's happening, if I'm not involved, and if we're not involved as people, and if we don't have a say in what happens, and if we don't support our people everywhere, and if we're not a part of what's happening, then it's just like, you know what? The colonization that happened is good enough for me. The colonization that is continuing on is good, and it's just like saying that. We have to be fully on board, because if you have concerns, that means you care. And if you have concerns, you should be involved in making a change, because the discussion has to start somewhere, and it has to build up, and that's how change is really going to happen, by having those people who really care involved. And if we do have that in our future, I believe that's going to be good for our children. I believe that they'll be able to grow up in a world where their spirits are not crushed. Sorry, I promised myself I wouldn't get emotional up here, but it's very important for us to be involved in this change that's happening right now. There's big changes, and they have to happen, and we have to do it, and everyone has to be involved at every level in our communities. We love each other. We have healers in our communities. In our community, we have Red Rock, Telgun, or Zeku Shangek, and we go up that mountain, and my grandmother took me up that mountain all the time, and she would say, we stay on the trail, and she'd say, that's where Zeku Shangek is. That's where the medicine women go. That's where the women who dream go. When a woman goes there, she already knows where to go. Nobody tells her, and she goes there by herself and stays there. And it's not anyone who can go there. I've been going up there all my life. I've never been there once. I've never been to that area once. I stay on the trail, and I go up the mountain to pray. But that's how sacred our powerful women are. The powerful women who are the true healers, they have places where they go and they gain their power, but it's only meant for those special dreamers. It's only meant for those special healers. It's not meant for just anyone. You know, and people want to go there sometimes, and we try to tell them, and it's not to hurt them or make them upset, but it's to try and make them understand some things aren't meant for everybody. Not everybody is supposed to be a healer. Not everyone is supposed to be a medicine woman. And there's some things in life that only certain people do. So we've had healers in our communities and dreamers, and many different medicinal people who make medicines, you know, people who pray. And one of the healers in our community, my Aunt Louise, was talking to my grandmother when I was a child, and she said, you know, she always prayed, and she said, praying is good. And so my grandmother talked to me about it, and she said, you know, it's always good to pray. God didn't do all these things to us. It was people that did all these things to us. So they were never against prayer. And Louise, being the spiritual woman she was, I believe that to this day. And so in my struggles, I always pray. I always pray, and I always believe that that helps me. And when I think about other people, I always pray for them too, because I believe that helps. And Louise had an incredible knowledge of the spirit world. She had an incredible knowledge of the spirit world, and she healed many people. And she said, she told my grandmother once, I can't help people that don't believe. She said, she always said it wasn't her. She said, it's not me, it's God. She always would say that, and she would always say, if you don't believe, I can't help you. So we have to think about those things that we believe in. We have to think about what are our beliefs in our communities, what are our values, and we have to be kind of strict with them, because in this day and age, people want it to change a bit. You know, they want it to be open to other things, and that's fine for individuals. But there are reasons why people have cultural ways. Like, for example, in our community, Auntie Louise was a dreamer, so when she would dream about things, that's what we would follow, because that's our spirituality. And usually, like back in the day at that time, those are the people who made sure that our community was well, that our community was healthy. Because whenever we had a problem in our family, she would come to us, and we never called her. She never asked, we never sent for her. She knew. She just came and came and talked to us and helped us. That's how those really, truly spiritual people are, and I believe that those people will come back to us one day, that those people will be back in our communities and will be there having that kind of world, for our children. I think that would be beautiful. I think that would be beautiful if our children were able to practice their culture and language and have their spirituality and not have to question everything. Because right now it's getting to the point where things are getting pretty weak, and it's getting to the point where we have to strengthen it very quickly, and we all know that. So, I'm okay for time? Okay. So there's so much to cover here, and I don't have that much time, but I wanted to say that one of the reasons why I ended up going back to school was because of a program that CSFS had, and it was the home care, resident care attendant and home support program, and I was able to work with a lot of our elders through that program. And it was an incredible time for me. And you know, in my lifetime, some people ask me, what do I do and stuff, but all I know is that I've just been lucky. I've just been lucky so many times in my life. For some reason, I have been able to somehow make it through things, or somehow something worked out, and I quite often didn't plan any of it. So I was forced basically to go to that program, and it turned out to be a good thing for me. And I learned from so many of the elders. They were so good to me. People in all the different communities were so good to me and taught me so much. And you know, they taught me about being strong, because that whenever I spend time with the elders, I can't believe how strong they are. And so one of the things that Healing Narratives does is it teaches us to learn from others, to learn about their strength. And I've seen so many people struggle through so many illnesses, and they're so strong, you know, they never ever give up. And I think that it's given me an outlook on life where I don't feel like I would ever give up. I don't feel like I would ever do that, because I've seen way too many people fight way too hard. So I think that I have a lot of people to thank for that. And, you know, I ended up, once that started, I ended up, even though I hated school for most of my life, I ended up really liking school, and I just ended up taking courses all the time, and going to school all the time, and working, and being a mother to my son. But I had so many supports, you know, from my family and friends, from so many people. That's how our communities are. Like, we just have so many supports, and no matter how bad it might get, I always have these people that come to me and just support me out of the blue sometimes, and I just consider myself lucky. Like, I don't know where it comes from, or maybe it's just my ancestors looking after me, I don't know, but I've just been very fortunate that way. And another thing, it's our culture, so that's another important thing. So the Inuit call it being, when they're raising a child, they call it raising a human, teaching somebody to be human. And so they only display the kind of the things that they want that child to learn. They don't display any bad activities in front of them and stuff like that. So that's one of the I don't know that personally, but that's what I read about. So I think that throughout my life, I've had a lot of people who've come in and taught me how to be a human. And we're not perfect, but that doesn't matter, because, you know, like my grandmother used to say, if you want to do something, do it now, don't do it tomorrow. So I just want to let everyone know that I don't want you to be alone. One of my elders came up to me at a gathering, and I was feeling really bad, and she said, "Tanis, what are you doing over there? Don't be alone. You're never alone. We love you." And we all really love each other, and we're not alone. And I don't want anybody to feel like they're alone. It's so true. Wherever you go, somebody's there to talk to. If anybody's home, especially during this time, don't be alone. If you need to talk to somebody, phone somebody. Somebody can visit you, or even phone the health center. Like, just keep communicating with people, because I know it's been so hard, and it just seems like this is going to go on forever, but I hope it doesn't. But Benna did say that she wants the AGA to be virtual every year, so I think that if people think that the AGA should be virtual every year, maybe they should let CSFS know. So I also wanted to talk about creating intentions. And this was discussed a little bit today, but when our people create things, when they're artists, that Fire Dream also taught me a lot about this through healing art, but when the artists are working on something, they're often thinking in their minds maybe about something or someone. They might be healing themselves. They might be thinking about their mother, or they might be thinking about their grandmother, or they might be thinking about something that happened to them in their lives while they're working on their art. And that brings healing. And so our people work on baskets and blankets and earrings and all of these things, or even if they're working on the moose hide or drying salmon or whatever, our intentions are very important. So we know that what we're thinking about while we're creating is really having that impact. And when the lady who helped make my blanket, she phoned me one day and she said, "What do you want on your blanket?" And I said, "I don't know. I believe my ancestors are in the Northern Lights, and I believe they're there protecting me." And that's kind of like why I want a name, because to honor my ancestors. And she said, "You know what? I can't believe you said that, because I've been thinking about you all week, and we're making your blanket, and I keep coming back to this picture, and that's what I want to put on your blanket." So even when they're creating something and they're thinking about you, they put that in their work, and they're connecting with you spiritually. So that's what you do when you're fixing a net. If I was in a bad mood and my grandma was going to go set fish, or set net for fish, she would say, "You're not coming with me. I'm not going to catch any fish if you're acting like that." You know, we had to be in a good mood, in good spirits when we did things. And that's really important. So when we're going through this change, and when we're making our laws and we're making this impact on our people, we have to consciously have that intention of the goodness that it's going to create. Masicho.
Mr. Reynolds, thank you so much. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Insightful, and of course, other things that came up. We're thinking about the future of the AGA. Obviously, we don't want the pandemic to last. This is definitely a completely new frontier for us. But if you have any thoughts, for those especially that are watching on the live stream, the survey, it just went up live just recently. I think we had to modify it because there's some issues with it, but that's the feedback that we're looking for. The things that you liked about this AGA, things you might change, things you didn't like, just be honest. Fill that out, take maybe 5 minutes, and you have a chance of winning one of 3 gift cards. Before we go, though, we're going to play one more song, because we have, of course, Carrie's Got Talent. We had a number of participants this year. This was, again, one of those things that came out of COVID. We're like, how are we going to this is during phase 1 when it felt really dire. How are we going to get people involved? How are we going to bring some levity into communities? And so we ran this contest. And so we are going to play one more song for you. Rodney Teed will join us in just one moment. I do believe Warner, though, has one thing he wants to say. Do you have something there, Warner? You're good? Oh, go. Oh, okay, we'll do that. Yeah, absolutely. So we'll let Warner do the closing remark, and then we'll end it on a song. So, Warner, you don't mind.
Masai. Okay, so hopefully everybody that has come online, live stream, got enough information to educate yourself on the wealth of knowledge that Carrie Sekani has created over 30 years. Back in the day, I think we started with a staff of 3. Now we have grown into an agency that is not only renowned in British Columbia, but across the board in Canada. As Mary had said this morning, not only in Canada, we also go to international conferences where it relates to Indigenous governance around child and family services, law, or health, and make our presentation and make our presence known as to who it is that we are as Carrier and Sekani people. And it would not be possible without the support of the staff, the hard work of the staff, the board of directors, for supporting the work that we are doing. And as Mary said and mentioned today, that Carrier Sekani will eventually downsize and morph into a center of excellence for research and governance development in terms of health and social services. I dream of the day when I see all of our communities build the capacity alongside us so that these programs and services can be delivered at the grassroots level. Having said that, it's also important that we continue our mission of building healthy communities and also share resources, because I can't see many of the communities administer these resources because we simply won't have enough money in the world to really change the impacts that colonization has had in our communities and continues to have. And I think it takes really good governance, it takes good leaders, it takes structure, it takes good human resources, and I was going to introduce Brad Evans. Brad is the new director for human resources, and we've been growing that department as well because human resources is really important. We have to hire the right people, the smart people that are dedicated to our cause and who are going to be making changes moving forward. And having said that, in terms of human resources, we're also going to be doing a quick evaluation externally of our structure, including our governance, our organizational policies, and succession planning so that we get an outside view of where we can improve. We're also conducting a review of compensation strategies to make sure that CSFS remains competitive to attract the necessary resource people required to move forward. Right now we have to compete with MCFD, Northern Health Authority, and the First Nations Health Authority, and we must remain on top of our compensation packages. So again, I want to thank everybody for listening to us, particularly those of you that are at home listening. And if you have any questions, please give them to the communications department. I would say, Masai Cho.
That email again is communications@csfs.org. Again, thank you to all the participants today. A big thank you to our speakers as well. It's funny, I worked in broadcast for 14 years. I'm telling you, public speaking is tough. Like I lost sleep all the last 2 weeks because I knew I had to speak today. So for those of you that spoke today, shared, the EDs, everybody, it's tough. And you know what? Thank you so much for your work. Those behind the scenes, thank you so much. Those who supported us and in making this happen, I really thank you. And also thanks for those who are watching the live stream from home. We'll end on a song. Thank you. Masai, have a wonderful afternoon. Oh yeah, sorry, before I go, the prayer. I got to end it right. I got the nod. I got the, yeah. Barbie, would you mind joining me for a prayer?
I'm just kidding. Denise, Jakose, Skyze, Anuknakana, Tanes Dudley, Kaigin, Karis Kani, Tatwanize, Saneo Distant, Kaninis Nahetas, Ne, any Nakananistan, any by at the end topic is also Karis Kani. So I'm going to say a prayer also in English. I just gave thanks to, I address those of us who hold our traditional chiefs' names. Sorry, I just got emotional. So I want to give thanks. We ask our Creator, and I ask our ancestors, I give them thanks for giving us this guidance throughout the 30 years of the good work that's been done that you've heard today. And Sekani has paved the road for the upcoming leaders behind us as well. Give thanks to all our presenters, all the hard work that Sekani has put forward, and all the members, nation members who also gave us that support to move ahead. So we are very thankful, our Creator. We express our gratefulness and thanks to, again, all the Sekani staff, all our Sekani leadership, the communities that we serve, our board of directors, and all of you who are online. Remember that we have our ancestors that give us the guidance, and we pray to you, and I know that our prayers are being answered because of where we're standing today. So let us pray or give good energy for those who are infected with the COVID and the families that are affected, and also the communities for their safety, all the hard work they're doing to protect their communities. And also for those of you who are traveling, we ask for the safety when you're traveling or wherever you're going to travel. So Creator, again, we ask for safety and your blessings, and to each and every one of our community members to take good care and of each other. Amen.
Sekani Family Services asked me if I could play a song for your virtual annual general meeting. First off, I'd like to thank all the workers that I worked with through the last 3 or 4 years. It's been a lot of fun. And I think of all the kids that I've taken out to the land and stuff. And yeah, we had a lot of fun. So here's a song for all my co-workers and kids. Late night driving, hot French fries, friends around the country, from Charlottesville to good old Santa Fe. When I think of you still got that hand that says let's party, old things you never throw away. I hope your life without a chaperone is what you thought it'd be. I hope your brother's El Camino runs forever. I hope the world sees the same person that you've always been to me. And may all your favorite bands stay together. I'm just waking up and I'm still kind of barely, so don't quote me. But what I hope I'm writing you this song. Ain't it funny how some people pop into the head so easily? I haven't seen you in there for so long. I hope your life without a chaperone is what you thought it'd be. I hope your brother's El Camino runs forever. I hope the world sees the same person that you've always been to me. And may all your favorite bands stay together. And may all your favorite bands stay together. And may all your favorite bands stay together. Thank you.
Hadi, Denise, Zakoze, Skyze you. Sai Wilf Junior Plasway, Satni. Sai Galantan, and a habitassus day, let's almost you habatzakazet. Hi, my name is Wilf Plasway Jr. I belong to the Mountain Clan, and my fathering clan is the Grouse Clan. I am a receptionist for the Burns Lake Sekani Family Services. My most memorable moment I have here with Care Sekani was for us teaching our traditional culture with the children in care here in our office. What we have been teaching them was the basics of the greetings of what I just mentioned with my introduction. I also introduced them on the proper protocols of the Bathlat system, which I have learned from my family, especially with my mother. All credits to her and her family. My mother is Satsana Dilly, Marianne West, and her and including all my other aunts and uncles have taught me on the way. So I am so happy to learn this culture, and I would like to give back by teaching our children in care their traditional culture. I would like to say happy 30th annual to Care Sekani on their 30th AGA. Misai awetse.
Good day, everyone. My name is Lorna Paul. I am the current office manager for Carriers County Family Services in the Vanderhoof office, and I'm submitting a clip for the 30th anniversary of Carriers County. I started working with Carriers County in 1997. That was probably one of the best moves I've ever done. We went from 30 people back then up to 250 plus, maybe, even more. Our CSFS family is none but the best. Our work ethics, our jobs and our rules to be there for the people and to help wherever we can. I've worked with the company 24 years and hope to retire with the organization. When I think of Carriers County Family Services, what comes to my mind is family. We are all family, and the coworkers are amazing, the directors are amazing, the managers are amazing. Yeah, family. That's what I think of Carriers County. Here's to another 30, maybe 50 years more. Anyways, have a good day. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Renee John. I'm recording a little clip for our 30th annual AGA. I've been with the organization for about 18 years altogether. I started back in 1999 as a contract worker. And here we are, almost 18 years later, and I'm still with the same organization. It's a wonderful organization to work for. The work-life balance is very good. And I remember when CSFS was first kind of born, I guess you can say, when they had started the organization up in Sycas at the Potlatch House in the basement. I remember the Potlatch House had leased a couple of offices to Carriers Sekani. Yeah, that was a long time ago, and I really enjoy working with the people. I enjoy helping people. So with that being said, congratulations Carriers Sekani Family Services for an awesome 30 years, and I look forward to 30 more years with the organization. I think I'm going to end up retiring with Carriers Sekani. So everybody have a wonderful day, and again, congratulations Carriers Sekani.